Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a good day. Let's see. Let me hit the button. There we go, the Sudoku pad button. Let's see. Do I have any announcements? Today we are going to be doing Sortadoku challenge puzzles still. So I'm looking forward to these. The ones so far have been great. If you have not not been following along, I periodically do setting challenges, and the challenge for this one was to make a Sudoku that was with sort of a twist in the basic rules of Sudoku. So you can see that if you look at the grid presently, that we have a puzzle that does that. So this is our third day of going through them because people have made me some really cool stuff. So I am looking forward to that. Also, maybe this is an announcement that no one cares about but me, but I got my fall semester grades submitted, so I am very excited to get to focus fully on the upcoming Sudoku class for a bit. So that is quite cool. So there will be a whole new generation of Zetalings out there. That is the plan very shortly. So we have that. Let us have a look at Jay Dyer's puzzle here. So here we have digits 1 through 9 that we need to place in each cell so that no digits repeat in a row, column, or 3x3 region. So this is, for example, a 3x3 region. It can't have repeated digits. This is also a 3x3 region and can't have repeated digits. But this row has fewer cells in it, and that is because these are part of the same thing. So I don't have every digit from 1 through 9 in the first row, probably. I'm going to guess it means place 1 digit from 1 through 9 in every cell. Although I will say when I first looked at this puzzle, I assumed that these were all going to be S cells, but combinatorially that doesn't work well. So then we have a German whispers line, which doesn't have anything super weird about it. It's just the digits along the German whispers have to be at least 5 apart. And then we have region sum lines, which because of this whole property are super weird. So the sum of these digits from box 1, for example, is equal to the sum of these 2 digits from box 2 is equal to the sum of these 2 digits from box 4. And so what that means is in purple equals orange, for example, this cell cancels out. And what we really get is that orange is the sum of these 3 digits. And in yellow versus purple, what we get is that these 2 cancel out. And so yellow is the sum of these 3 cells. So anyway, so we're going to get some stuff out of that. But that is sort of the weirdness that we have set upon ourselves. But I think that's all the rules. So I think we can get started. And so I'm going to get started with the fact that these 2 digits both have to be from 6, 7, 8, 9. And that's because by what I just said, this digit is the sum of these 3 cells. Because again, this cell in the middle is in both, so it effectively doesn't count. And likewise, this digit is is the sum of those 3 cells. Those are 3 different numbers. The minimum sum they could be is 6. And these 2 digits are different. I don't know if I have a fantastic way of denoting that. I'm going to just make them yellow and purple for the moment. Now, I wonder if I know that one of these has to have a 1 in it. I don't think so. I think one of these could be 2, 3, 4, and that could be 1. And of course, the 2, 3, 4 would sum to 9. I mean, I guess I can mark, for example, these are all part of 3 cell sums to at most 9. So they're at most 6 as I began thinking about Sudokulology. Could purple possibly be on this line? It could, actually. I think purple could go there, for instance. Because if purple is 6, I think I could have 6... Oh, sorry. No, purple can't go on the line. Sorry, the way this works. Sorry, in my brain I was canceling this wrong. Purple is the sum of these digits. So purple can't go on the line. Because purple sees this cell just Sudokulogically and can't appear in its own sum, and likewise yellow. In my brain, I was canceling this out of the wrong sum. So purple and yellow both need to show up in here somewhere. Purple, yellow, other. Need to show up here in box 1. Oh, but yellow is in a box with these 2 cells because of Sortadoku. because of that. So know that. And purple is in a box with these because these are in box 4 with purple. So just by standard Sortadoku rules, we actually get this going on. I don't quite know what it does. Maybe am I supposed to be looking at where those things go on the whispers because of high stuff? Can I repeat this whole story? I think I can repeat this whole story is what Selena is telling me, because this cell is now the sum of those three, and this cell is neither purple nor yellow. So this cell can be just a new color. And then this one also, although in my head it was clearly not, this one also is, so these are both from 6, 7, 8, 9. Now this one, I'm uncertain if this one could maybe possibly be yellow. It's not green, because it's a sum of different digits. Is how. By the way, I should have said how I knew that yellow and purple were different. I knew that yellow and purple were different because these two were different, and I know this is different from both green and purple, but it might be. It might be yellow. If it's not yellow, this digit's definitely low. Let me mark off. Do I know anything about where this digit shows up in this box, for example? Not in any of those places. I don't think so. And this one can't show up in any of these places, but and it can't show up there either. So the green is, I guess, in one of these two places. Is that correct? Did I do that correctly? Let me just double check that that's true. None of those are green. None of those are green. That can't be green, and that can't be green because it's part of a sum to green. So yeah, so green is in one of these two cells. This green isn't quite bold enough. I'm going to go for a bolder green. There we go. That looks better. So one of these is the green. This cell, again, let us think about. This cell is in one of these two places. And both of them see yellow. Okay, so this cell can't be yellow is the point. Because that cell is in a box with yellow and that cell is in a row with yellow. So this is indeed different, is the point. So this can be orange. So yeah, so this one is the fourth color. So this is low, because it now sees a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple. So these digits are low. These digits are high. Orange, I should pencil mark into this box now that I have commented that I can do that. Orange is in one of these two cells. This can also be gray, by the way, for this box's purposes. Let's see. Green over... Yeah, green in this box has a little bit of optionality, I think. I feel like I should probably be thinking about the whispers. So this cell I know is yellow or green for sure. Just for the record. By the way, I can do weird things like this can't be a 6 because these can't both be 1 because they share a box. This can't be 4 because these can't both be 9 because they share a box. Weirdly enough. Let's see. And these are also, by the same token, by the way, these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can keep that in mind as I contemplate the nature of the universe. Although I guess I'm unlikely to get a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sextuple like I'm sort of hoping for whenever I pencil mark something like this, because there's only 7 cells in the whole row. So it seems I am less likely to get that as much as I would appreciate that. Uh, let's see. This 1, 2, 3. Right. Okay, so Nell has a beautiful observation. Uh, Classic Sortadoku. This 1, 2, 3 is in this box, so neither of these can be a 6, and therefore one of these two is a 6, and therefore one of these two sums is 1, 2, 3. So those can't be 4, 5, 6 anymore. And one of these is a 6. I guess I'm willing to corner mark that and say that I'll remember what it means, even though I won't. So one of those is a 6, which means these two aren't 6 because they see both candidates for 6 in their box, because we somehow previously had marked that these were the only places for yellow and purple within this box. And I have no choice but to believe my previous, what are essentially corner marks in colors. Let's see. So green is either not in this row, or I guess it goes there or there, maybe. All right, but now none of these cells can be green anymore. And so now when I ask where green goes in this box, it's going to be a little bit interesting. That's a good point. Yeah, Ambrose pointing out, this cell can't be 1, because if it was 1, then the only 3-cell sum to a single-digit number is 2, 3, 4. But this would force 4 2, 3, 4s into the box if this was 1, so it is not 1. For that matter. This is fascinating already. What an idea. So Ron points out, so therefore I should mark that as 6. Or sorry, mark that as not 6 because it's next to a 2 or a 3. Okay. So I do need to fit 6, 7, 8, and 9 into this box. And these 5 cells need to contain them. So these cells do that. I don't think so, Ron. Maybe we do, but if we do, we'll put it this way. I don't know it. Maybe someone in chat knows it. So this cell, if it's high, can only be orange. Okay. Selena has a very good spot, which is that both green and orange need 2 1, 2, 3s in their sum. And this one can't go in either sum. So the only way we're getting 2 of them in there is if both of these are 1, 2, 3. And therefore, because my sum isn't 6, these aren't 1, 2, 3. These 2 cells on the outside, because we need exactly 2 1, 2, 3s in the sum, because again, neither of these can be 6. We had previously decided. In fact, that's a 1, 2, 3 triple in the box, if you want to think about it that way. If this is a 6, that's a 1, 2, 3 triple in the row. If that's 6, it's not. So this cell's not 1, 2, 3. And I know these cells aren't 1, 2, 3 either, because I remember I know one of these is 1, 2, 3. So even though it's a little ridiculous, I'm going to mark that these aren't 1, 2, 3 just for my own sanity. And also because it is going to make Selena's point almost come true. Not quite yet, but close. Because there aren't that many spots. Actually, no, sorry, this can't be 1, 2, 3 either. Because this also sees a 1, 2, 3 triple. Because it sees that 1, 2, 3 triple via the box. So now, indeed, Selena's point has come to fruition, which is that within box 2, there's only 3 spots for 1, 2, 3s. And so this is a 1, 2, 3, and that is a 6, because it is now the sum of 1, 2, and 3. And this is not 1, 2, or 3 because of the triple. So let us bring out Zach for the 6 dance. Boop, boop, boop. Whoa, 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 whoa. Boop, boop, boop. Whoa, 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 whoa. Boop, 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 boop. What? Wrong cell? Oh, no. Sorry. It's this one that's the sum of those. Because remember, this is the one that cancels. So we will bring out Zach to continue his dance. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. Sorry I interrupted your dancing. So we have that coming up over there. So now, of course, these can't be 6. I don't know how Sven, for whatever reason, can't see that. So one of these two is 6. Which means that this is not 6, of course. I was going to say, where's the 6 in this row? But this row doesn't need to have a 6 because that's not how the puzzle works. Let's see. Hey, Laura. Hope you're doing well. Okay, and then this I know is not 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I'm trying to keep track of cells I know aren't 1, 2, 3, because I have my 1, 2, 3 triple there in the row and in this box as well. So I'm guessing what's going to happen is we're going to put a 4 on a whisper through a 1, 2, 3 triple. Hey, Death Knight. If this is a 1, 2, 3, it does make a triple. I don't immediately see that as a problem, but it could be. Okay. Ambrose is suggesting that I pencil mark 6 in box 5, which is a good idea, because remember, these C6, those C6, these aren't 6. So 6 is in one of these 2 cells. And now in box 6, the 6 is in one of 2 places. But I don't think I know which one yet, weirdly enough. Unless somehow I know this isn't 6 because of the whisper, but I don't think I know that this isn't 1 yet. Let's see. Are there any cells now that see all the digits from 6, 7, 8, 9 now that I have this pencil mark? Does anything see yellow, green, and orange? I think this one doesn't see yellow, annoyingly. And this cell doesn't see orange, annoyingly. Oh yeah, this cell can't be 6 because of that. Ron points out that's true. Oh no, darn, that can be 6. I was going to say one of these 2 has to be the 6 for the box, but it's not true, sadly. It's one of these 3 has to be the 6 for the box. But interestingly, if that's 6, then we know where both orange and green go. Uh, uh, I need some 1, 2, 3s for this box. Uh, yellow in box 3 is actually only in these 2 spots. I think that's true. Sounds true anyway. Uh, let's see. Garion says if this is a 6, it would force a 1-2 pair in box 3. Agree. And row 3, column 5 would be 3, and that would require an 8-9 on the Whisper. Okay, so if this is a 6, that's a 3. And these have to be an 8-9 pair. But that can't be. That's true. So here's Garion's spot. So if this is a 6, then that cell needs to be a 9. Unfortunately, the 9 goes in the wrong place, doesn't it? I think the 9 goes in the wrong place. Because if this is a 6, this is a 1-2 pair, which makes that a 3, which makes these from 8 or 9, but that's the 9 over there. Because of the way it cancels. I was reading this backwards earlier, but yeah. Oh, can I just place 1 here? Don't I have a Zakwing on one? Oh, I don't quite have a Zakwing on 1s. I almost have a Zakwing on 1s, but that could be a 1. I think. Yeah, that could still be the 1. I do know one of these 2 is a 1. But if that's not a 1, then that is a 1, for whatever that's worth. It doesn't sound like it's worth a lot to me, if I'm being completely honest. Is this a set puzzle? Do I have to think about what set means in this grid? I'm slightly afraid that I'm going to have to think about what set means in this grid. Let's see. Garion says this can't be 6. Yes, I think Garion's point does say that this can't be 6. Because if this is a 6, then these would be 1, 2, which would make that a 3 and make this a 9. But that's a problem because these would have to be an 8-9 pair in that universe. In fact, these are a 7-8-9 triple. That's been staring me in the face for a long time and I didn't notice. That's an 7-8-9 triple. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that one's not 6, at least. And these 2 aren't 6, at least. Anyway, the point is, if this were a 6, it would make this a 9, but also rule out 7 from these, which would make me an 8-9 triple, which would be a very big problem. So that one's not 6, is Garion's point. Uh, Oh, is there only one place for 6 in this entire box? Is that what Ron is pointing out? I think Ron is in essence telling me that this is the only place for 6 in this entire box, which I think is true. So I don't think that's quite how Ron saw it, but I think that is how that works. So we have a 6 over here now. That I'm sure will do something exciting. Oh, that's true. The 6 in box 3 can be corner marked in one of these two cells, Jim points out. So there is sort of a 6 looking down over here. I was really hoping this triple would do something with a whisper, but I don't think it does. If this cell is a 3, orange is 7, and that's a 4, and these are a 1-2 pair. But that all seems okay to me. Row 2 doesn't need a 4-5 Death Knight, because there are 2 things that don't go in each row. That's probably worth doing, Ambrose. Ambrose would like us to begin the ketchuping by noticing that this 1, 2, 3 in this triple is that 1, 2, 3. Yeah, every box needs to contain every digit, but not every row and column. It's very clever the way this is designed so that you get to use, sort of Sudoku. So now where does that go in row 3? It goes there, right? Is the only place that it could go, because this ketchup sees that cell. So let's see. Ketchup in this box. Ketchup in this box goes in one of these 2 cells, I think. Which I guess means ketchup goes in like one of these places down here, maybe. Oh no, not. Oh yeah, it does have. Oh no, it doesn't, because it could go there. Never mind. Sorry, I'm about to say something wrong. I don't think it has to. One of these 2 only goes in row 2. I don't think I know which one it is. Oh, but this cell is that one. Because this cell does have to go in row 1, because there's a 1, 2, 3 triple in row 1. So this cell actually we can play this trick on, because there's definitely one of this in row 1, and there's only one place it could be. So in fact, we can switch over to mustard and mustard those 2. Okay. So one of these 2 is 1. That one's not 1. Red X in box 4. I don't think I see that. This is either mustard or 4. Oh, it's already in box 5, right? Okay, so sorry. So what Garion saw is none of these cells can be red X. Those cells can't be red X. And because of this red X, those can't be red X. So in fact, this cell is always red X. I'm assuming this cell is going to eventually see all of the 1, 2, 3 triple, and we're going to get that it's a 4, and that's going to unravel everything. Let's see. Ah, not quite. This cell comes so close to seeing every spot for mustard in box 5, but it doesn't quite. Okay. So the point from Logan is for box 6, mustard is one of these two. So therefore, none of these are mustard. Those aren't mustard. So therefore, that is mustard. That is the point, and that does exactly what I predicted, which is to make this cell a 4 because it now sees a 1, 2, 3 triple, which makes that digit a 9. Which makes that cell not a 9. As foretold. No 4, no 9 there. So one of these two I know is a 9. Because this cell is either yellow or green. So one of those is a 9. So that cell definitely isn't a 9. Red circle in box 4 is now placed, Laura points out, because this red circle sees all of these cells. So this is red circle. 1, 2, 3. Now this cell sees a 1, 2, 3 triple because it sees the mustard over there. This cell also sees a 1, 2, 3 triple because it sees that X, that circle. Oh, sorry, no, it doesn't, because it doesn't see mustard. Darn it. Never mind. Wait, it does see mustard because it sees the mustard in box 5, right? The mustard in box 5 has to be in one of these two cells. There's nowhere else for box 5 for mustard to be. So this cell does see mustard. So this is an actual 4-5 pair, I believe. And so, in fact, that's a 6 because of that, which means that's a 6 back over there. Which means that that's the 9 over here. These are a 1, 2 pair. So X actually is 3. I think a lot of us were spending a lot of time trying to prove that X was not 3. Seemingly none of these are 3. This is mustard. So this is circle. And it's not 3 because the X's are 3, so I can just get rid of the X's now. This is not 9 or in the corner. This is not 6 or in the corner. This isn't 9 now. 9 is green, so I can get rid of the greens now. Now yellow does indeed, as Ambrose points out, have a 3 in its sum. And so in particular, yellow is not the sum of 1, 2, and 4, which is what it would have to be in order to be 7. So yellow is 8. And if yellow is 8, orange is 7. Which means that because orange is 7, that is 4. And now this 8 is the sum of these 3 cells, so that must be 1 and 4. Which means that's a 2. So that's a 1 and a 2, and that's a 2 and a 1 and a 1 and a 1 and a 2. I agree. This is very cool. Oops. So let's see. This is not a 7, not a 7, not a 4 or an 8, not a 4, no 4, no 4 or 8. This 6 on the whisper is actually somewhat helpful because 6 only goes next to 1 on a whisper. So this is 6, 7, 8, or 9, but it's seemingly not a 7. This cell sees a 9, so it is an 8. Yes, that cell sees a 9, so it is an 8. I don't know why I have a yellow on top of 9 when yellow isn't 9, but we can just get rid of yellow and then we won't have to think about it. Then we don't have to ask these questions. Oh, this can't be a 6 because it would put 2 1s next to each other. So this is a 9. So let me get rid of those colors as well. Then I don't have to ask questions about what I was thinking with some of my choices. That 8 sees that 8. That 4 sees that cell, making it a 5, making that a 7. That 5 and 7 make that a 9, make that a 4 and a 5. That 7 makes that a 5. Let's see, no 9, no 5, no 5 or 7. That 4 sees that cell, making that an 8. Also, I thought I got rid of all the colors, but I missed one. That 5 sees up there as 7 and 9. These 2 digits are 7 and 8, so they go in that order. This digit is a 3 because it sees 1, 2, and 4. Let's see. Left in this box, we have a weird triple. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is what's left. So seemingly that is a 6. So that is an 8, and that is a 7. This box has left a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that is a 5 and a 4, and a 3 and a 9. This box has left a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, making that a 5 and a 6 and a 2. And our bet tree is an 8. So congratulations to Ranks on his huge winnings. I presume. So there we go. Lovely puzzle. Quite a treat, that one, to sort of bounce around with all of those sorts of things. I was glad that I correctly guessed that I was going to get a 1, 2, 3 triple looking at this. Hey Bremster, I hope you're doing well. I'll try and dig up a puzzle with a 3 betting tree for you next, Bremster. I know you are a fan of those. Although the 3 is a competitive 3 is a competitive number, I have noticed. All right, I'm going to take a quick stretch and then be back. And you haven't bet 3 in forever? Oh no, do you have a new bet? Should I be not? No, I haven't bet in forever. I see. Okay, I always mention you when it's a 3, so maybe I'll have to start mentioning you for a different number. I wouldn't want to besmirch your reputation as a bettor. Alrighty. Excellent stream starter. I'm going to take a quick stretch and I'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. We have the Panthera up next. So let us have a look at this. So we need to place the digits 1 through 6 twice in every row, column, and region. And then we have normal Japanese sums rules. Let's see. Do I need to turn solution checker off, or will it do it automatically? No, it's done automatically. Colors used in this puzzle are beige, brown, dark brown, and gray black. I don't think I have a brown, a beige, and a dark thing. Oh, Tristan wants me to shrink myself and move the grid over a bit. Oops, let me try and see if I can get the grid. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna need to dream up colors here. So brown can be brown. That's fine. Beige can be flesh. That's fine. What about this sort of mid-tier brown? Let's see. I'm trying to find a decent mid-tier brown here. Orange. Orange is good. Yeah, we can do this as orange. Okay, let's let me highlight this and just make it orange, just so that I remember to use orange for it. Oh, sorry, this is not the one that I was going to make orange. This is the one I was going to make orange. Let's make this orange. There we go. We'll make that orange. Oh, I realize I could just double click. Oh, no, I can't double click it for whatever reason. I don't know why I can't double click it, but for some reason I can't double click and select all the colors today. We'll go ahead and put some flesh over those. We'll put some brown over this. Just to make everything look as much like our color scheme as possible. And I don't think I'm that concerned about remembering that gray is gray and red is red. All right, so well, this row is interesting, I notice, because in this row, almost everything is a color, right? Because oh, I see. The red is a gimme. Okay, yeah. So the red cells in the grid sum to 12. We know from both the rows and the columns, but the only way that works is if those red cells are here. So we actually get a double 6 starter, is chat's point, because there's nowhere else I'm allowed to put a red digit other than these 2 cells. So we get 2 red 6s. And we get to bring Zach back for his 60 dance. Boop, boop, boop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Boop, boop, boop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, ba. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So now I'm looking for, the second 60 dance of the stream. Third or fourth, if you count the fact that I screwed up the previous puzzle 60 dance. So we've got that. Alas, poor 6-betters indeed. So now I probably need to just start coloring. So the outies in this row sum to 2, because the secret in this puzzle is 42, which I appreciate the secret being 42. So there's at most 2 outies. So all of these cells are orange for sure, because of that. Now, let's see. 20, I don't think I'm going to quite get anything out of. Ah, Garion points out these columns don't have any orange in them. And so therefore they're both outies for this row, and therefore these have to be orange, and therefore these both have to be ones. Because of that, not zeros, ones. Very good spot. And so these two cells are colorless. So we can make that black looks terrible. I don't know, like light gray as opposed to the dark gray that we'll use for cells that are actually gray. Seems fair. Excuse me. Came on too fast. I did not have time to hit the mute button. And all the brown is in the top half of the grid, is being pointed out by Lakia. And so the only colored cells in this column are brown. There are no brown cells below here or in this column, so those are all grayed out as well. Now that's got to force this row because these sum to a bunch. So 9 plus 9 plus 22 sums to 40. So this row also has 2 1 outies. And then everything here is either flesh or orange. Tristan, chat would like a link. So these central 4 columns, they can't be brown. So we get some orange here. The outer ones have to be flesh for sure. And remember, this puzzle only has digits up to 6, so I can't make a flesh 9 in only one flesh. So we've got to go at least 2 cells in each case. To make that happen. Now, interestingly, the flesh in these columns only happens at the bottom. So, for example, this column would have at most 2 cells at the bottom before all the rest of it is gray. And that would only be if these are double 1. Oh, in fact, this can't be double 1 because there's already 1 in the region. So this, in fact, is forced to be a 2. Because of that, I can't make it any bigger or smaller than 2. So, in fact, that is gray. And now I can't make this in one cell because I can't put a 7 in that cell, so the flesh grows. We aren't quite fortunate enough to get the same thing over here. But we do know that certainly all of this down here is gray for similar reasons. I can't make a 4-cell sum to 4 because I can't repeat the things. Light gray for cells that don't have a color, and dark gray for cells that are actually gray in the puzzle. Yes. I can place the 2 dark gray cells for free. That's true. Right. Just by triangulation, right? The only dark gray cells exist in this row and in these 2 columns. And so these are the only cells that can possibly be dark gray. And they are a 2 and a 3. And between the 2 and the 3, we know we've got an orange 12 sum. So this has got to be double 6. Agree. With all of that. So that's all the 6s for the world. 4 plus 3. Where is 4 plus 3 coming from? I don't see the 4 plus 3. It probably is there, but I don't see it yet. Let's see. Right, there's an orange 1 down here. Oh, I see. Okay, right. These 2 cells are part of a 4 and a 3 clue, so they certainly sum to no more than 7 is the point. And so the the flesh does continue its relentless march rightward. And so we have finished coloring this. Danzor's pointing out that these cells by the row can only be brown and by the column can only be orange flesh or red. So they are therefore gray, but not the gray that's a color, the gray that's not a color. Just to avoid confusion. There is no flesh down here, points out Garion. And the absence of flesh down here tells me that these flesh don't grow downward. And so they are 4, 3, and 3. And these flesh don't grow downward either, meaning that they are 2 and 4. Actually, sorry, do I know that for this column? That one I know is a 4. This one could be a 3, right? This one I know is a 2 or a 3. Oh, except it's part of a sum to 9. So I don't know what this is, except that it's part of a 3-cell sum to 9 with 2 and 4, which makes it a 3. So in fact, there is more flesh to come. I'm noticing that 4 plus 3 plus 3 isn't 9, so I have screwed this up badly. Oh, it's because this column had the same problem. Right. Okay, there we go. So 4 plus 3, those two are there, and then I got lulled into a false sense of security by this clue. So so over here, this is a 2 and a 4, and then there's a false sense of security for this 2. So these are 2 or 3, but we know which they are because of how math works, because 4 plus 3 plus 2 is 9, and 2 plus 4 plus 3 is 9. So we've got all of that. And so now where do the 6s go in this row? The 6s in this row only go here and here, and the 5s in this row therefore have to go there and there. Math works every now and then, but don't trust it. It'll get you every time. Let's see. So yeah, there's a 12. There's a 5, an orange 5 over here. Not doing too much. And I don't know quite enough about that yet. These 5s are in different regions. Right. Sorry. Gray under flesh in column 2, 3. Right. So in these columns, these two are the bottom of the column, Jay Dyer points out. Here it is specifically not. Here it is specifically not. And this is the bottom of its column. So that also turns entirely gray. And so now in this row, my orange cells both have to be single cell 5 clues based on the clues in this row. This 5 is part of a 12 sum, so it needs to grow at least 2 in order to finish. This 5 is also part of a 12 sum, so it needs to grow at least 2 in order to finish. And by this gray, I meant this orange. Of course I did. What else would I mean? There's only one orange in this row, so therefore all of this is orange. It has to connect. The oranges in this row sum to 1, so therefore those are 1s. At least 3 of these need to be pink, so these two both need to be pink regardless. That's the gray. This is part of an orange 1 sum for the column. So this is a 1. Oops. Sorry, this is a 1. Just for the record. Let's see. This is part of a 9 sum, so this is only a 2 or a 3 because it can't be a 1 just sortadokologically. Could this be a 1 sortadokologically? I think it could. Sayori pointing out this column 513 clue needs all 3 cells because you can't get to 13 and 2 in a 6x6. And so this is a forced 4. Is Sayori's point. Now, could I make this 6, 5? The 5 there and a 6 there. I would have to if I wanted this... if I wanted this 11 to not use this cell. This 17 is rather large. I certainly can't do 17 and 2, so it always expands that way. I think I could do... Oh, I can't do 6, 6, 5, funnily enough. Because of that given 6. So in fact, that cell also always has to be pink. So these cells sum to at most 5 plus 4, which is 9. But I guess that could still be a 4. Jay Dyer has identified a clue somewhere in column 6. 4, 5, 6 that is relevant. Oh, no, I think it's this column. Oh, that is column 6. I just can't count to 6. This has got to be a 2-cell sum to 6 because all the 6s are... Bye, Nell! So these are either 2, 4 or 1, 5. If they are 1, 5, that's the 5 and that's the 1. I am sorry for superseding your point. Could be 3, 3, right? It could be 3, 3. Thank you, Gary. And I was absolutely going to forget 3, 3 as one of the 2 ways of making a sum to 6 in 2 cells. I was being completely set up to do that. Is this going to be a menorah? I'm trying to decide what this is going to be. It would be a fascinating choice to title the puzzle Then One Foggy Christmas Eve and make it a menorah. But I would support it. Let's see. I do need a pink down here because of this 3. Hey, Sniglet, how are you doing? Let's see. Do I have other gimme? I mean, I'm sure I have other gimmies. Camel with a cold. Let's see. The only way this doesn't grow is if that's a 6. And the only way this doesn't grow is if that's a 6. But they can both be 6s. As far as I can tell. These are a sum to 5. I don't think they can be 2.5 and 2.5. But I think they can be a bunch of other things. That's at least a good point from Eckbert. I know this column, this orange sums to 16 and is the top. So I could do 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3 is already the appropriate amount. So 1, 1, 2, 3 is the maximum I could possibly do. So these are both gray. Or sorry, the minimum I could possibly do, and I've already sort of broken it. Oh, in fact, actually, sorry, I can do this without math, Garian points out, because, in fact, these rows don't have any orange in them, and the only thing left in this column is orange. So now this sum to 18 is definitely going to take at least 3 cells. Oh, in fact, it can't be 3 cells. It's going to be 4 cells. So that's going to be all brown because I can't do 666 as my sum to 18. My sum to 15 is going to be at least 3 cells, so this is always going to be brown. Over there. And so Sayori points out that means this is a 2 for sure, because it can't be 1 and it's part of a sum of 1 or more cells to 2. So that does gray all of this. Like that. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know a lot about that one yet. Wait, is this a 2-cell sum to 12? No, this is a 2-cell sum, 1 or 2-cell sum to 5. And then this is part of a sum to 8. I think I can probably gray this cell if I work really hard at it, because I think if I say this could be 1, 2, 3 is the minimum these could be, I can't possibly make this cell brown. That was probably more work than strictly needed to be done, but with the 8 sum, it can't get that high. Given the 1 and the 2 already in the column. This cell can't be brown. While we're at grabbing low-hanging fruit, there just isn't a brown in the column, so this cell is gray. And this is the top orange, so all of that is gray as well. Now, again, the 15 sum has to be at least 3 cells long, so that's got to be brown over there. This brown is the top of this top clue of this column and is part of a sum to 6. Annoyingly, I think it could be 1, 1, 2, 2, only just. But I think it can. This row 2, 9, Eckbert is pointing out, tells me that cell has to be brown, because I can't do 9 in one cell. And now the column tells me these have to connect. And now this tells me that that's a 1. Because of that. So these are both now gray, and that is a 1. Okay, and now... right, this is a... Oh, and now I've got to have a 2-cell sum to brown up here. Sorry, a 2-cell brown thing to that. Oh, Tallcat has been a member for 18 months. Let's get Tallcat a windmill dance. Thank you for your continued support, Tallcat. Boop, boop, boop. Woohoo! Boop 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 woohoo! Boop 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 woohoo! Boop 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 woohoo! Boop 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 boop. Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you, and thank you, Tallcat, for your support. This can only be 1 or 2 because it's part of a sum to 2. But it's also part of a sum to 8, and so if this was a 1, it would not work. Because I can't sum to 8 with 1 and 6. So this is not a 1 is the thing I'm saying. So that is a 2 and a 6, and that is a gray. We do have a brown 2 over here somewhere. Right. This is part of a brown sum to 8, but it can't be 1 cell, and so it has to expand, and then it finishes. Like that. And then this is gray. 6 plus blank equals 9. Must be 3, if I know my numbers and how they work. Don't trust that I know my numbers and how they work, but in this instance, I think it's correct. I need room for a 2-cell sum to 8 at the top of this column, and if this is brown, I can't have it. So this has got to be gray. And these are both brown. Oh, and again, same story. They have to be 2 and 6 because 2 is the biggest number I can put here, but it's also the smallest number I can put here. So that had better be a 5 by white dottage. I'm assuming white dots mean the same thing as normal white dots. Yes, it does. It does mean the same thing as normal white dots. So I cannot put a 5 in my 2-cell sum to 7, so that's gray. And I must put something in my 2-cell sum to 7, and that 2-cell sum to 7, including a 6, must also have a 1. And so that's gray. By the magic of brown, this is brown. Don't really like the phrase brown magic. I'm going to omit that from the final version. Okay, so we've got a brown sum to 8 up here to squeeze in, so it's got to go here like that. So that cell's definitely part of my brown sum to 8 that's at the top of this column. Oh, this cell can't be brown, or I'd have to have a third 1 in the row. So that is, in fact, a 2, and that's a gray by coloring. M. Nasty says I need to maximize this or I won't get to 16, which would be 655. Yep, this has got to be 655. Agree. I don't have a great way to mark that. These are only from 5 and 6, and 2 of them are 6s. I'll put a 6 in the corner as well to say that I've got a 5 in the corner as well, because it's 2 5s and a 6. 2 5s and a 6. Jay Dyer has spotted that this is part of a 13 clue, and I can't do 6 and 7, so I need to expand there. And now this is part of a 13 clue, and I can't do that in 2 either, so that needs to expand. This can only be a 1 or a 2. If it was a 1, that would also be a 1. But that's okay. This can only be, but this is a 1 or a 2. But this needs to, these two need to sum to 8. And so if this is a 1 or a 2 and that's a 5 or a 6 and they sum to 8, it had better be the case that this is a 6 and a 2. And now remember, there's 2 5s. And so there are my 2 5s going in over there. 315 is 9. So that sum is done. 5 is 5. So that sum is done. But I don't quite know about the colors of... Oh, I do know the colors of these because of the brown. These are both gray. That was much easier than the thing that I was doing instead. This can only be a 1 or a 3. Just for the record. This is part of an 8 sum, so the brown definitely goes down. Because I can't do a 1-cell sum to 8. And so now this is just a 5 by the clue. The 15 in row 4 is maximized, I'm being told. 4, 4, 6. So 4, 4, and 6 won't get you to 3 cells, but certainly with this 1, 3, we're super not getting to this in 3 cells. So I think the 1, 3 I think made Eckbert's math harder than we needed, because Eckbert's point was we can't make those 3 cells sum to 15. So got that. I fear what the region scanning is going to be like in this when we have to actually do Sudoku at the end. The column 12 clue is done because both ones are placed, Garion points out. So the only way to do a sum to one is a sum to two is a single two. So that cell is grayed. This is definitely a 1 or a 2. That cell's always gray because I can't do a 3-cell sum to 2. So now within this column, I actually know that's a 4. And I know that's a 4 because of the orange clue for the row. Sorry, for the column. The orange clue for the column. I think this could still be double 1 as far as I am able to identify. Oh, I still need a sum to 11 down here, so that cell's always flesh colored. Could it be a 2-cell sum? Maybe. These two cells need to sum to 9, is Garion's point, and so that forces that to be a 3 and that to be a 6. Oh, and that certainly has finished that. Oh, the question is, does this grow up? That I don't think I know yet. I don't think I know if that grows up yet either. I don't think. This is a 2 in order to make 8. Let's see. This is a 2-cell sum to 5. This is a 2-cell sum to 6. But I don't think I know anything about them. This 2 has now finished the brown clue. Ambrose points out, so we can gray that cell now. And so now this is a 1-cell 6 clue, and I know how to finish a 1-cell 6 clue even without access to the killer calculator. Let's see. M. Nasty suggesting we look at where the second 6 is in these two boxes. And based on standard Sortadoku and the rows and columns, they have to be that cell and that cell. It's the only places where you can put the 6 in those regions, which is delightful. Sortadokologically, as we say. Let's see. Oh, this is an orange 1 sum, right? So now this 11 sum can't be 2 cells long because now it doesn't have a 6 in it because there's 2 6s in the column already. And so now it's a 3-cell flesh sum. So 554 is the maximum, which is very very unrestricted, I think. Let's see. Sayori points out that within this rectangular region, I know none of those cells can be 2 because of these 2 2s in the column. That can't be 2 because of those 2 2s in the row. So the only place for the other 2 is there, which is the last 2 for this row for what it's worth. Which I guess tells me that's not a 1. These 4 sum to 15 doesn't feel exciting. Let's see. These 3 sum to 11. These 3 sum to 13. These sum to 6 and 5. And I've got a yellow sum to 3 down here. The yellow sum to 3 is a single 3. So one of these 2 cells is a single 3 because I can't use 2s at all. So there is a 3 in one of these two cells for whatever minuscule amount that is going to amount to. Okay. What is left in this box? Is it anything? Can I do anything meaningful with what is left in this box? I still need 2 4s. And a 3 and a 1. I don't think that does anything yet. 12 clue in column 5 can't grow anymore. Ah, right, because there's no oranges in this row. Right, so so this is a 6, is Lakia's point. Agree with that. Yes, very, very nice. Sayori points out that within this rectangle, I have placed 0 5s, and none of those cells are 5. So there's in fact a hidden 5 pair in this box. So left in the box, we've got a 1, a 3, and a 4, I want to say. Which finishes the 1s and the 3s for the column. I want to double check that, right? I've got 5 5 6 1 4 1 3. Yep, it is 1 3 4. So that finishes the 1s and 3s for the column. So that means these cells include a 2, no 3s, a 4, no 5s, and a 6. Well, that one's definitely not 6 because it's got a 6 6 pair in the row. So yeah, so this is 2 4 or 6. That one's 2 4 or 6. I don't know quite what to do with it yet. 12 in column 9. 3 6. Oh yes, there's a 12 in column 9 that I do know what to do with it because I know that this can't go into that row, Lakia points out, because there's no oranges in this row. So this is a sum to 6. So indeed, that is not a 6. So indeed, this is a 2 4 pair. Let's see. Ambrose said fill in the browns in column 2, 3, and 4. What? Aren't they already filled in? Oh, the oranges. The oranges, right. Okay, sorry. Yes, so that is now a 6, a 4. Right, it was brown in the lore, and that is a 5. Okay, so these digits are now only from 2 and 3 because we've got 2 1s, 2 5s, 2 6s, and 2 4s in the row. So all of this is from 2 and 3. But this box already has 2 2s in it, so that's a 3. This box does not seem to have any such thing. Oh, but this is part of a sum to 13 that I now know 2 of the digits of, so that's a 4. Let's see. And this box is missing 2 1s, a 3, a 4, and a 5. Well, one of these is a 4. I'm prepared to say that much. Okay, so I know that these two cells now sum to 3. Is that right? Yes, these two sum to 3. So these are a 1 2 pair for whatever that is worth. Yes, we can play the old game of where does this one go in this column that some people were requesting previously. Because I need 2 1s in this column. Only one of them can go in here. So one of them has to go here, but it can't go on top of a 6 or there. So that's a 1 and that's a 2. Which, funnily enough, actually finishes our 2s for the box. I don't know that that 2 does anything interesting, though. One of these 2 is a 4 for the same reason. Let's see, I could place 1 in row 8, 3, 6, 7, 8. Let's see, those can't be 1s. So I've got 2 1s to place. This can't be a 1 because there's 2 1s in the region, and this can't be a 1 because there's 2 1s in the region. So yeah, so once Lakia points it out and I stare at it for a minute, I can see that those indeed have to be the ones for the row that they are in. Let's see. This can't be a 1, points out Screaming Ice Cube, because this would need to be a 2, and there's not a 2 available. And if this is a 3, then this digit would have to be a 2 or a 4. I see that 2 doesn't work. Screaming Ice Cube sees that 4 doesn't work. Maybe Screaming Ice Cube has retracted. In any event, this is certainly a 3, 4, or 5. One of these is definitely a 4 for whatever that is worth. These 2 digits need to add to 9. So they're either 4, 5 or 3, 6. Oh, they're not 3, 6. So these 2 need to be 4, 5 because there's already 2 6s in the column. So these are 4 and 5. These 2 digits need to add to 5. How about that one? So therefore that's a 4. That's probably easier. I maybe don't want to do these 3 add to 13 just yet. We'll get there, I suspect. So the even digit that's on this dot is not a 2 because of the 2-4 pair. So it's a 4 or a 6, which is interesting, but I don't think quite restricted enough for it to do me any good. I'm being told this is more limited than it looks because there's no 6s in it. So these are at most... So there's no 6s, no 1s. So let's just... Okay, so there's no 6s, no 1s. So let's just fill in 2, 3, 4, 5 and see if I can do any better than that. I don't see any better than that. So 2244. 2244 would be the bare minimum, and 2244. No, sorry, 2234, and that's 11. Does that mean I can't make one of these 5? I think if I count degrees of freedom, I think neither of these could be 5. But this does not sound. This does not sound as nice as most of the things we have been doing. Is there any way these cells sum to 14? I think technically it's possible. Let's see. Eckbert's suggesting thinking about this this column sum, because these need to sum to 10 now. And these 2 cells sum to at most 5. So this needs to be at least a 5, but it can't be a 6. So it is a 5. But once it is a 5, that's a 3 and that's a 2. And that 3-3 pair makes that a 2-2 pair. Now that I look at this one, these sum to 13, so I need these two to sum to 4. So this is either a 2 or a 3, and it can't be a 2 by the row, so it's a 3, and that's a 1. So it could have been a 2-2, except it couldn't by the row. Was the point of all of that. Let's see. Being encouraged to look at 6s in this weirdo region. They're not there because there's 2 6s in the row. I can't put the 6 on top of another digit. They're not there because of that 6. Oh, and they're not there because of those 6s in the row, so therefore those are both 6s. Let's see. Row 12, column 9. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, this can't be right. Right. Okay, so Kurobon's encouraging us to think about this flesh 2 here. So if the flesh 2 is here, then that makes this sum to more than 6, which breaks that. So this can't be the flesh 2. This must be part of the flesh 2, which makes it a 2 and makes this gray. That is a good spot, which makes this a 5. Like that. Okay, can I do a similar thing over here? I don't think so, because I don't think I know that this can't be a 1. Let's see. The 17 clue. Ah, yes. Okay, so now I need the remaining stuff in this row to sum to 12. Well, those two can't sum to 12 on their own. So therefore, that must be flesh-colored, is Sayori's point. And the maximum I can make these, that one can't be a 6. That one can't be a 6. This one can't be a 6 either. So none of these can be as big as 6. So they're a maximum of 5, 5, 4. Actually, that one can't be a 5. That one can't be a 4. Oh, this one's a maximum of 3, actually. So this cell can only be 1 or 3, because of that, because it's part of that clue. So this is a 1 or a 3. But if it's a 1, I think we run into problems. Because remember, neither of these can be 6, and I need these to sum to 12. So if this isn't a 3, then it's not going to succeed in getting there. So now these 5 and 3 is 8 mean these two need to sum to 9, but with no 6s. Do I know that there's no 6s? I feel like I knew there was no 6s. Yes, with no 6s. And so they've got to be 4, 5. And we know the order, I believe. Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't know the order yet. Alrighty. So we've got all of that. Oh, we do know the order because there's 2 4s, Screaming Ice Cube points out. I had seen there were 2 5s in one of the columns, but it was not useful. But there we go. Okay. Oh, and right. And these two, remember, sum to 6. So that's a 2. These 3 sum to 11. So that's a 4. These 3 sum to 13. So these 2 sum to 8. Well, there's already 2 4s in this column. There's already 2 6s in the column. So these just are 3, 5. There's no way around it. Which eats the 3 and the 5 for the column. So what's left in this column? We need 2 1s still in this column. And then let's see. And we need a 2. I think that's it, because we've then got double 3, double 4, double 5, double 6. Yeah, so these are 2 2s and a 1 up here, but this one can't be 2, so it just is a 1, which means that these are both 2 by that. So now this row, if I fill it in, let's see. We still need a 1. Let's see. We've got our 2s. We still need a 3 and a 4, and we've got our 5s and got our 6s. So these are from 1, 3, 4 as well, although I don't know. I put 3 2s in column 5. Uh-oh. Oh, it's because there were there weren't 2 2s missing. There were 2 1s missing. This one's still a 1, and now there's just 1 1 missing. Is the point. 4 3 5 doesn't add to 13, so this has to be orange. That's probably been available for literal ages. This cell can't be 2, so that can't be a 1. Because there's 2 2s in this column already. So that 2 goes next to a 1 or a 3. I don't know if I know whether this is a 1 or a 3 yet. We can finish this 13 sum now, because those sum to 10, so that is a 3 and a 5. I realized I did that the hard way. I could have done the 1 cell sum to 5. Probably would have been the easier way to go about that. There are already 2 2s in row 3. I agree with that. I don't quite see what it does yet. Oh, this region. Let's do this region. So we've got 2 1s, 2 2s. We need a 3. We need a 4. We need a 5. Yeah, so these are from 3, 4, and 5 only. This one can't be 5 for sure, just by the row. It can't be 3 either, so this is a 4. So these aren't 4. So these are a 3, 5 pair. Let's see. Can we place all the 6s? That seems very likely doable. So this box needs an additional 6, and it can only go here. This box needs an additional 6, and it can go anywhere at once, provided that it is in this row. Let's see. Except that cell can't be a 6. So actually, if I look at this region and ask where its 6s go, then they can't go there because there's 2 6s in the row, and they can't go there because there's 2 6s in the row. So in fact, they go there, which now helps with placing 6 in this box because I've got both my 6s up there. So this is a 5 6 pair. Oh, and that 2 2 has made this a 4. This row needs an additional 1, and it can only go here. 2 2, and then we need a 3 and a 4 is what we have left over in this row. But I don't quite know what to do with the 3 and the 4. Row 5, column 2 region is done. Yeah, let's see. What have we got? We've got 2 1s, 2 2s. We need a 3, which has to go there. 4s, and we need a 5, which has to go there. Let's see. This is a triple I can fill in. Let's see. I've got a 1 left. We've got 2 2s. I need a 3, and I need a 4. I think that is what is left in this row. This one can't be a 1 for sure. might not be able to be one of those other ones. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one either. Row 5 is definitely low-hanging fruit. So one of these two has to be a 1. Let's see. We've got 2 2s, 2 3s. And the other's a 4. So these are a 1 and a 4. In some as of yet to be determined order. This region only has 2 things left in it. We've got our 2 1s. We still need a 2. We still need a 3, I think. We've got... Uh-oh, I'm missing something because I didn't count that right. Oh, we don't still need a 2. We've got 2 2s. We do still need a 3. We still need a 4. We've got 2 5s, and we've got 2 6s. So those are 3 or 4. Unknown. Probably I should mark this because this one will get me at this row because it'll get me at the dot. So we've got 2 1s in the row. We need a second 2. We need perhaps a second 3 and 4. And then we've got our 5s and 6s. So this is from 2, 3, 4. I guess that wasn't as useful as I hoped it would be. We did finish the 6s, right? Oh, we have not quite finished the 6s yet. We know those aren't 6s now, for what it is worth. Row 3, column 8 region has 2 4s, I am being told. Okay, I feel blind because I don't see the other one. Did I not count row 3, column 8 correctly? Oh, it's because this is a 1-4 pair, right? That's the point. Okay, sorry. The point was this is a 1-4 pair. One of those is a 4, and so these aren't 4. And so in particular, that one is a 3, and now I've got both 3s, so now that's a 5, and that's a 4. And now these can't be 4 anymore. I got there eventually. Let's see. We've got 1 1 2 2. We need 3 3 in this row. And we need a 4. And we've got 5 5 6 6. Okay, so these are 2 3s and a 4 in this row. Unknown. I don't think that helped enormously with anything that I can see. Let's see. Column 8 only has 1 digit left. It's being pointed out. Let's see. We've got our 2 1s. We've got our 2 2s. We've got our 2 3s. I think it's a 4. Those two are a 1-3 pair because of that 1 and that 3, which actually makes that a 5 and that a 3. Let's see. This region? I don't know. Column 3 needs another 6, I am being told. Well, it's not going there. It's not going there, and it's not going there. Okay, so it goes here. Okay, so left in this column, we've still got a 1 and 2 2s. We've got both our 3s, both our 4s, both our 5s, and both our 6s. I realize, by the way, that once I've identified that there's a 1 and 2 2s missing, that I'm technically done. But I scanned the rest of it to make sure that I was actually correct, given my track record about the 1s and the 2s. So this cell can't be a 1 because there's 2 1s in the box already. So this is a 2, meaning that these remaining ones are actually just a 1-2 pair. In all honesty. Let's see. This row doesn't have very much going on because it's got very much left because it's got a 5-6 pair. So we've got 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 5s, and 2 6s. So these are a 3-4 pair. Is all that's left. Oh, interesting. This box doesn't have any 4s yet at all. That is a good point. So these are both 4. And now there's 2 3s left in this row. So those are both 3s. I must have miscounted something in this box because these pencil marks can't all be right. Oh, it's because there's 2 2s in the box. There we go. So that's a 1. And now that's a 3. And now that's a 1. And now that's a 3. And now that's a 4. Let's see. I need a second 2 in this row, and the second 2 doesn't go in the column with 2 2s. So the second 2 better go there. 3 3, and I need a second 4, which has to go there. And that second 4 knocks out that. Oh, and I have 2 3s as well, so that makes that a 1. Means this isn't a 1. And it's not a 3 either, because there's 2 3s there, so that's a 4. Okay, so now this row now is still missing a 1, which has to go there. 2 2s, 2 3s, 2 4s. And it's missing a 5, which has to go there. Okay, this region, Lakia points out, is only missing 1 digit, and that digit is a 3. That means that neither of these is a 3. That means that this digit's odd, so it can't be a 1, so it's only a 3 or a 5 for the record. Oh, is there only one remaining 1? We've got 2 there, 2 there, 2 there. Got one of them in this column. 2 there, 2 there, 2 there, 2 there, 2 there. So yeah, so I've got... right, sorry, that's a 1. That's the only digit left at the bottom of this, which makes that a 2. Let's see, so that's not a 1. One of these 2 is a 1. Column 11 has 2 4s. M. Nasty points out. Sorry, no, Todd points out. Lakia sees that there's a double 4 here that sees that that's a 2, which makes that a 3. That 2 looks over and makes this a 4. Let's see. The even digit on this is not a 6. If it's a 4, the 4 goes there. Let's see. Should I just count? Oh, it's not a 2 either. So this box, so there needs to be a 4 on this dot. If there's not a 4 on this dot, then I can't make it because I can't use 2 and I can't use 6. So there's a 4 as the even digit. These are from 3, 4, 5, but in particular, that looks down and makes that a 3. And now the 2 3s look back up and make that not a 3, making those a 4, 5 pair. But those 4s look over. That 4, 4 actually makes that a 5 and that a 4. That has made these a 2. No, not a 2, sorry. If you got our 2 1s, 2 2s, we need an extra 3. We've got our 2 4s, and we need an extra 5. So these are a 3 5. What about in this row? 2 1s, 2 2s. We need an extra 3. We've got 2 4s, and we need 2 extra 5s, in fact, to finish this row. Not quite doing it. There's 2 3s, though, here, so that actually makes that a 5. So these really are a 3-5 pair now. This column now has 2 5s, which makes that a 6 and a 5. And now this column still needs a 1, which has to go there. And I think it still needs a 2 as well, so I think that's a 2. This column has 2 5s, which makes that a 3, which makes that a 5. Makes that a 3. This column has 2 1s, 2 2s. It still needs a 3, which has to go there. 2 4s, 2 5s, and it still needs a 6, which has to go there. This box now has 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s, 2 4s, 2 6s, so it needs an extra 5, which goes there. This column... Oh, sorry, this row. Let's do this row first. This row needs a 4 to finish. This column has got its 1s, its 2s. I think that's a 3. Looks right. This column, we've got 2 1s. I think this is a 2. And now this box, we've got 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s. And we need a 4. So that makes this a 4. Nice puzzle. Very smooth opening there. The sort of the end scanning took quite a while. Just because of the nature of the rule set and the fact that I'm not used to scanning for 2 sets of 1 through 6. But I suspect if I had experience scanning for 2 sets of 1 through 6, that the end would have gone a little bit faster. And yes, I think what we have here is a Rudolph. My guess that it was going to be a menorah was not correct. Probably it would look more Rudolph-like if I had access to the full color palette that Panthera used here. But very nice, little red glowing nose there. And what is a reindeer but a camel with horns, after all? Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in a moment with more puzzles. So see you all in just a moment. Welcome back with what now looks like a very small grid after the previous puzzle. Uh, so here we have Rockrat Zero's puzzle, Full Moon Shadows. So we have Sudoku-ish rules, shade some cells, and place the digits 1 through 5 in each unshaded cell so that no digit repeats in a row, column, or bold outlined region. Cells with a question mark contain the same digit. So these are going to be unshaded. Uh, Tristan tells me the nibbers are cut off, so I will fix the nibbers. There we go. So fixing that in OBS is such a pain, but it helps. Like once you've done it once, then it's easy because then it will move the thing you want. But there are so many layers on top of each other, it is very difficult to move the layer that you actually want to move. So in particular, these are unshaded. By the way, I use this gray for unshaded and yellow usually for shaded because it's the highest contrast. I realize that it somewhat upsets people, but I feel like this gray is much closer to white than to seeming like it's shaded. And that's sort of the nicest version that I can find. So these are unshaded. And then we have Shimaguni rules. Shade one group of orthogonally connected cells in each region. Circles in the grid contain the number of shaded cells in the region and are unshaded, so we can also unshade these. And they contain the number of shaded cells in the region and are unshaded. Two regions sharing an edge may not contain the same number of shaded cells, and shaded cells may not touch across region borders. Wait, didn't they say the shaded cells are connected? Oh, is there no connectedness rule? No, shade one group of it is one group of orthogonally connected cells in each region. Okay. This must be a 1. Because I need to shade something here. And so this cell is shaded. These are therefore unshaded by the rules, and this is a 1. So let us do the 1 dance. Ba-doop ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop 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 ba-doop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So this I'm noticing it can only be 2 or 3, and therefore that is always shaded, because the fact that this can't be a 1. Oh, Tristan did not give me the bet tree yet. But anyway, the point is I need to shade at least 2 cells and they need to connect. And so this is always going to be shaded. This is always going to be unshaded. Because of that, this is always going to be a 2 or a 3 as well. Oh, sorry. This is a 1, 2, or 3. Oh, none was given. Oh, I will just pick this cell as my betting tree. Bear in mind that none is a possibility in this puzzle. So be wary. This now can only be 2 or 3 because of the connectedness constraint, because I can either do those 2 or I could do up to these 3. And it can't be 1 because regions that touch have to have different numbers of connected thingies. This region has no circle. There's no 2x2 rule or anything like that, I don't think. Let's see. And these 2 contain the same number, which I guess is 2, 3, 4, or 5, since those are the only numbers that we are allowed. This could potentially be entirely shaded, I guess. I don't think there's any prohibition against entirely shading something. Uh, let's see. Oh, this can't be a 3. Why did I put 3 there? This can't be 3. It's either 1 or 2. Could be 1 and the 1 be one of those, though. This one's certainly 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm somewhat annoyed that it being 4 wouldn't break this region. I feel like I'm trying to find something where if I made it the maximum, it would break the region, but I haven't yet found the thing where that is true. Ooh, new bag of coffee for Kurabon. Excellent. I do like coffee. Let's see. If it's over here at all, that one's shaded. Should I guess almost immediately shade that, but not necessarily even. If this is shaded, it makes that a 1. Okay, so if these are both shaded, it makes this a 2, which then means this circle is a 3, because if these are both shaded, these can't be. And so then this would be that. The rule means that there are at most 5 unshaded rules in any region with a circle, I believe. Oh, sorry. No. Unshaded cells, right. It's always unshaded cells. This can't be a 1 because it sees that by Sudoku, Mekti. I think I tricked you, Ambrose. I think the with a circle is irrelevant because I think it's because unshaded cells contain digits. And so, oh, there we go. That's the point. If I shade anything over here, I'm obligated to make all of this unshaded, and that's 6 cells, and I only have 5 digits. That's the point. Okay. Thank you for that. So we're always shading this cell because of the fact that I need to shade at least 2, and they need to be connected. So this is always unshaded. If I shade this cell, I run into the same problem where I need to fill in billions of digits, basically, into the grid. When I don't have billions of digits, I only have 5. Oh, this is gray as well. Oh. So therefore, uh-oh. Oh, no, it's not broken. It's just that that is my 5 grays. Sorry, I was thinking that this was broken because the things were disconnected, but the things that are disconnected aren't the things that work. So these are gray, and this is a 5. Because the yellows have to be connected, Selena. That is why at the end of the day this one had to be this one can only be 2, 3. Because oh, we're at 5 now. Actually, we're at 5 now. So actually those are shaded and this is a 3. Oh, and then this is gray now. And so by Sudoku this is a 2. Sorry, by Sortadoku this is a 2. So now these aren't 2. That tells me that question mark isn't 2. So I can go down there like that. 5 is placed in row 2. And yes, row 2 does need a 5 because it has 5 gray cells. And as soon as it has 5 gray cells, it needs one of every digit. And now 3 is placed in row 2 because of that. Same idea. And so now that's a 4 of all things. Let's see. Are there any columns where I'm running out? I'm running very rapidly out of gray cells that I can put in this column. I only get one more gray cell in the entire column. Uh, uh, I messed up the 5 in row 2. Oh, it was supposed to go there. Why did I carefully articulate it and then put it in the wrong place anyway? The point is it sees both of those, so it goes there. But then that breaks my deduction about the 3, because these are now just a 3-4 pair. Yes, I carefully argued that the 5 had to go there and then put it there to see if you were all paying attention. That is clearly what happened. Okay. So we need at least 3 shaded cells in this region, because if we don't, there's no way that we have fewer than 5 digits that we have to put in the, or 5 or fewer digits. And this can't be a 3, so it's actually a 4 or a 5. But granted that it's a 4 or a 5, I can't do 4 without shading both of these. So these are both yellow, which means these are all gray. Row 3 now has 5 grays. That's a good point. Now, one yellow is not enough for this box, because I need more than that. So I need at least 2 yellows in this box. And it can't be 2 yellows because this box touches something with 2 yellows. So I, in fact, need at least 3 yellows. And it can't be 5 yellows because it touches something with 5 yellows. So this is only a 3 or a 4. For the record. One of these days, Sven will know how that makes sense. Yes, this is, Selena points out, this has to be a 4 because it touches across that border. Thank you, because I would never have seen that. But 2 regions that touch can't have the same circle. So that's a 4 and that's a 3. There just have to be at most 5. There don't have to be any specific number of unshadeds in a row. Okay, so there's only 3. Okay, so if there's only 3, it's one of those 2 is the last shaded one, and these are both unshaded. Although unshading things is perhaps a lot less exciting than shading them. This digit's just a 1 or a 2 just by sheer force of Sortadoku. So that's a 1-2 pair in the column for what it's worth. Let's see. If this is gray, I would have problems, because then that would be 5 grays for the region, and these would all be yellow. Sorry, no, opposite. If this is yellow, we have problems. So funnily enough, I said that backwards. If this is yellow, then all of this has to be gray, which is a problem. But now that is 5 grays in this region. So these are all yellow, which is somewhat ridiculous. These are both yellow because I have to get to 4. So that is gray. Does every region need at least 1 yellow? I don't. It does say in each region, so I'm going to assume that I do need to yellow this, or I am breaking the rules. Okay, so now we have our 5 in this row, so these are yellow. And so that's gray, because that's my 3rd yellow. Column 2 needs an extra yellow, yes. This region now only has room for 1, and so it is a 1. So that's a 2. This isn't a 1 anymore. Also, there's not room for 4 anymore, so it now is a 3. And those are the ones. And question mark isn't 3 anymore. It's 4 or 5. These are a 1-5 pair. For what it's worth. This is a 4. It sees every other digit. So that is a weird naked single. Let's see. These are a 1-5 pair as well. Oops. This digit is at least 3, but it's at least 3, and it can't be 4. So this is 3 or 5. I don't think I know whether it's 3 or 5 yet, though. It's possible that I do. Let's see. These digits are from 2, 4, 5. Oh, it touches the 3 region. You're right. It does touch a 3 region. So this is a 5. Good. So these are both gray. Sorry. So these are both yellow. So now question mark is 4. It's not what I thought question mark would be. I'll be honest. That surprises me. So that's the 3 and that's the 2 for the column. So let's see. This cell sees 1, 3, 5, so it's even. These are a 1, 4. Oh, these are a 1, 4 pair, but we know the order. That's a 1 and that's a 4. That's a 2. That's a 3 and a 4 for the row because of that. Now, this is a no, this is not 1. So this is a 2 or a 5, I want to say. Oh, this is just a 1. How about I do that for the row? So that's 5 and 1. That seems better. So these are 2 and 5. I'm just going to fill in just for the record. This is 1 or 3, except this one's only 1. So this one's only 3. So these are a 2, 4 pair, and I know the order by the column. This is a 1 or a 5, and it's not a 1, actually. It's just a 5. This is a 2 or a 5, and I don't know which yet, but I suspect I soon will. This is also a 2 or a 5, in fact, if I look at it, because it sees everything else. So that's a 1. It's the only place for 1 in the column, and the column needs a 1. Oh, but that 5 actually sees that that's a 2, and that's a 5 by the magic of regions not having repeated digits. So that is a 3. This region already has a 1, so that's a 5 and a 2 and a 5. Woohoo! So congratulations, yellow betters. You are the big winners on this puzzle. Very nice puzzle. I liked that. I would do a number of puzzles like this, I feel like. This was a very, very nice implementation of the Sortadoku rules. And it had neat interaction between the fact that you couldn't put more than 5 unshaded cells, so you had to put some, versus how then the yellows ended up working out. I liked that one a lot. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick stretch, and I'll be back in just a moment. All right, we are back with Agents Puzzle. I've greatly enjoyed Agent Puzzles. I think this might be Agent's first setting challenge that they're participating in from the channel. Apologies if I'm forgetting one, but Agent has had many cool puzzles this year. And when I was looking at my Puzzle of the Year list, I was having a difficult time figuring out which Agent puzzle to pick. So I am excited by this. So let us have a look. So we need to place a digit from 1 to 8, not 9, into every cell in the grid. There's some digit which appears twice in each row, each column, and each box. The other digits from 1 to 8 must appear exactly once in each row, each column, in each box. Clues outside the grid indicate the sum of was Twin Rooms a challenge puzzle? Okay, yeah, I remember the puzzle now that you mention it. I didn't remember it was for a challenge. Was that for the coloring challenge? Trying to remember. I remember the puzzle. And then clues outside the grid are X sums. So they give the sum of the first X cells from that direction, where X is the digit placed in the first cell. So if this is a 5, it says these 5 cells, including the 5 itself, sum to 25. Okay, so I guess first things first, we should try and mark everything that a cell could be. And remember, we could have 2 1s, so I have to be careful about things like saying that this couldn't be a 4, because I think I could do something like 4 1 1. Okay, that would not, it actually can't be a 4, I have discovered, because I would need 3 1s. So this really is a 2 or a 3. But this, I think, although it couldn't normally be a 4, I could make this a 4. So this is from 2, 3, or 4. Let's see. So that's true. This cell, Josh points out, is D. Because because 36 is the sum of 1 through 8. And so the outies in this column sum to D. I don't think that means the bottom has to be D. It just means the bottom cells sum to D, whatever the outies are. I'm certainly not doing this in 2 or 3, so this is going to take at least 4 cells. This is maybe 23 is too middling. What about the 18s? I kind of want to think about the 18s, especially given I have 18s in both directions. So 3, 8, 7 is possible. So 3 is possible. 4, 5. Normally 6 would not be possible, but is it possible to have a 6 cell 18 sum? If I had a 6 cell 18 sum, I would have to do something like 6 double 1 2 3 4, which would sum to 17. So I'd need to double the 2. So I think I can do 6 as long as I'm willing to double a 2, which means that these are also from 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I have what kind of looks like it's a quintuple, but it's not, because it could have a repeated digit. All right. Okay. So, because this is a very weird X sums thing happening, these can't actually be 6 because of their facing off 18s. Because if this is a 6, that's saying the first 6 cells of the row sum to 18. Well, now these cells sum to more than 18, so 3 is too big, but 2 is too small, and that doesn't work. The bear is unhappy. So in fact, we have ye old 2, 3, 4, 5 quintuple. And if we don't have a 5 in one of these cells, then we have a real problem, because then we have a 2, 3, 4 quintuple, and that's a real that's going to be a real issue. So the repeated digit is at most 5, which means this cell is at most 5 because remember the outies sum to it. I don't think it has to be a 3, 4, 5 triple, Jim. I think it could be like a 3, 4, 4 or something. I mean, I don't think it's probably to be a 3, 4, 4. It definitely has to have a 5 in it. But yeah, Garion points out that in the row that does have a 5, I need the opposite digit to be a 3, because if the opposite digit is not a 3, then we have a problem. And then the middle digit is, it's not that you couldn't have double 4, it's that you can't have 3 double 4. You can't not have a 5. That was what I was trying to say. Anyway, the point is D shows up in this column, so this isn't D. Maybe not. Sorry, not quite. But D's not going to be 3 or 5 is what's going to happen. Because in the row that has a 5, the opposite here can't be a 4, because that would say the whole row, the 4 here and the 5 here, needed to sum to 36. But as noted, the rows of the Sudoku sum to 36 plus D. So this would have to be a 3. And now that digit is D. And so that means D is not 3 or 5, because remember, one of these is 5. So if I think about what D can be, D can't be 3 or 5 anymore. I'm just going to go ahead and nab a corner down here to record my postulations on what D can be. D is not 3 or 5. It is only 2 or 4. The only way 2 happens is if this is a double 2, which seems unlikely, but maybe possible. I am not yet prepared to say. Let's see. I don't understand Selena's point. So I saw it, but I don't get it / don't believe it yet. Opposing force would put a third 4 in column 5. Yeah, we can't have opposing 4s. That's true. So the 4s. Okay, so if I have a 4 here, I can't have a 5 on the other side. So if I have a 4 here, it also has to be faced off with a 3. So both 5 and 4 in these cells have a 3 over here, which means I can't have 2 of 5 and 4, right? I can only have 1, 4, and 1, 5 in these cells. No, sorry, I can only have 1 of 4 and 5 in these cells, right? No, that can't be right. But we already proved that the 3 isn't the repeated digit, right? Didn't we prove that 3 isn't the repeated digit? What was wrong with my proof that 3 isn't the repeated digit? Oh, the problem with my proof that 3 isn't the repeated digit is that I forgot that the repeated digit is repeated. Uh, so here is my proof, just to walk you back through the problem with this. So I said, okay, if this is a 5, then that's a 3. And now when I count to the middle, this digit has to be the repeated digit. And so it's not 3 or 5. That is the argument I gave, except, of course, it's a repeated digit. So it could very well be 3 or 5. So never mind about that. However, now I do think we can prove the repeated digit is 3, because I think our proof that you can't use both 4 and 5 here. Oh, the proof isn't quite that. The proof is that if you use 2 4s or 2 5s or a 4 and a 5, in all of those instances, you need 2 3s. But if I don't use 2 of 4 and 5, then I need 2 3s anyway. So the repeated digit is 3, is the point from all of that. And so I know that one of these is a 2. To make that work. I don't think we ever proved that 5 isn't repeated, actually. I think I made that up. So on one of these sides, there's 2 3s up here. Oh, I need to fill in these cells. These cells are huge because that can't be a 2. So now the repeated digit is 3. I don't think this can possibly be a 4 anymore, because the repeated digit is 3. And so that would mean a minimum sum of 4, 3, 2, or sorry, 4, 3, 1, and then something else, 4, 3, 1, 2, and that's too many. So that can't be a 4. Could this be a 4? No. It couldn't be a 4 in normal circumstances, but it can't be a 4 here either. Because using a 4 and a repeated 3, oh no, sorry, 4, it can be a 4. Sorry, it can be a 4. 4, 3, 3, 1 works. Josh, what we proved is that if you use 2 of 4 and 5 in here, you use 2 3s over here. And if you don't use 2 of 4 and 5 here, then you need 2 3s here. So we proved one of these two sides has 2 3s, is what we proved. Okay. This can't be 2. Because if it was 2, then that would have to be a 9, but there aren't any 9s in this puzzle. So this is only a 3 or 4. And so now that is an actual quadruple of 3 4 3 4 5. And so that is a 2. And so we get to do our 2 dance. Woohoo! Woohoo! Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that makes that a 6. Now, this 9 could be 4 before when we didn't know what the digit was, but now that we know what the digit is, this is definitely not 4 anymore. Also, this digit's now a 3 because of the fact that there's only 1 2. Also, this isn't a 4 anymore because remember, the outies of this column sum to 3. So this can only be a 7 or an 8, by the way. Now there's definitely 1 3 up here, which makes this a 2 and that a 7. But if there's 1 3 up here, that makes means there's 2 3s over here, because remember, 1 3 means I use 2 of 4 and 5, which means I use 2 3s over here, which means this is a 4. And now I do need double 3 and 1 over here. And so this is a triple of the remaining stuff. So it's not 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 is what these digits are, just for the record. 7 and 3 is, is of course that, which means that's not a 3. It means these digits are not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. For what it's worth. That was probably not worth writing out, but I did, and it's too late now to take it back. One of these two is a 3. That 4 or 5 is always faced off by a 3, as we previously proved. So these two cells sum to 15. A couple ways to make that work. Oh, but not without a 6. So these sum to 15 without a 6. So these are 7, 8. And that's not 7 or 8. That is nice. If this were a 5, that would be a second 3. And if this were a 4, this would be a 1, 2. Either of which seem acceptable to me. This digit now can't be a 4, I don't think, because the sum would now include a 7 or an 8. So I think this can only be a 3, actually, because 2 is too small, and 4 would include a 7 or 8. 4 plus 7, I'd need these two cells to sum to 1. That's not going to work. So that's a 3 up there, and these two need to sum to 9 without being 3, 6. And they're certainly not 4, 5. And so... oh, right. There's no 4 over here, is pointed out by Selena. These are a 3 and a 5 because of the 4 over there. Anyway, these aren't 4, 5, and they're not 3, 6. So these are 2, 7 or 1, 8. I don't know which one yet. Now, these digits that are left in this column, we've used the 2. We've used both 3s. We still need a 1. We've used the 4 and the 5, so these are from 6, 7, 8. These aren't 7. That one's certainly not a 1. 8 is assuredly too large, because if I made this an 8, I would need to make this over here a 16. So this is a 6, as I think Eckbert has been drawing my attention to for 10 minutes. Sorry, Eckbert. So that's a 6, which means that these sum to 16, which is maybe not super interesting. These cells are 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And these aren't 1 because there's a 1, 3 pair there. Those are not... Oh, sorry, that's not a 1, 3 pair. This could be 3, 3. Sorry, so I don't know. This could be 3, 3, and there could be a 1 down there. Don't listen to me. Okay. This is not 7 or 8. And it's not 6 either, Ambrose points out, so it is in fact a 1, which means that's not a 1. None of these are 1. So my fear that this was actually a 3, 3 and didn't rule 1 out of those was not did not come to pass. 2, 3. We still need a 3, 4, and a 5 to go in here. Okay. Yeah, we've got our 3, 1, 3 going on over there. So these digits can't be all... I guess they can be fairly large, actually. Never mind. I was going to say they can't be all that large, but they can be. This 25 is probably worth contemplating, because I certainly can't do that in as few as 3. I guess it's always a 4, 5, or 6, because it can't be 7. Is 4 even possible? Yeah, that would just be a 3-cell sum to 21. Can I do that without a 7? Probably. And I do know that one of these is 6, 9, or 7, 8. Oh, no, 9. Right, there's no 9. Right. Sorry. 4 is not going to work because there's no 9. Yeah, 8, 6, 5 is too small. Sorry, yes. I was certainly using a 9 in my hypothetical universe. By uniqueness, I'm pretty sure this has to be 3, 4 and not 3, 5. But I'm not quite sure what to do with it yet. Let's see. See, if this was a 6, I would need these to sum to what? The total sum of digits in this grid is 39, so I'd need these to sum to 14. I would need those two to sum to 7. They would... Oh, that's hilarious. If this is a 6, I need these two cells to sum to 7, but the only way to do it is one... Oh, crap. No, 3, 4 is possible. Darn it. I was thinking the 6 ruled out 1, 6, but no, the 6 already did that. So these would have to be 3, 4. But that is sadly possible. Okay. Right. 6, 9 isn't an option. The 15 has to be 7, 8, Garion points out. I have been saying I don't know whether it's 7, 8, or 6, 9, but of course I know whether it's 7, 8, or 6, 9. There isn't a 9. So the 3 clue here does go with an 8 and a 7, which makes that a 1. Which makes that an 8 and that a 7. Yes, in box 3 we get the same deal, although I don't quite know. It's not the same deal, but it's a similar issue where we have a 7 and an 8, and so this is always a 6. And indeed, those two 7/8s and those two 7/8s form a Zackwing, which means these are a 7/8 pair, although I realize I could have just done that by filling in the 6, which does make that a 5 over here. And that 5 now makes these a 3, 4, so we no longer have to worry about uniqueness, which now makes that a 5. So we've got all of that. I need a second 3 in the row in one of these. Ambrose pointing out that 8 looks over and does the 7 and the 8. Good. This 6 is just placed in this box through good old-fashioned Sudoku. Okay. 39 minus 23 is 16. So I need these 3 cells to sum to 16, which means I need these 2 cells to sum to 8. And they're not 2, 6 or 1, 7, so these have to be 3, 5. Which means this digit is a 2. So there is no further 2age happening up here. This is an actual 178 triple. And so this is a 3 and a 1. Alternatively, you could say these are definitely not a 7/8 pair. That would break things in a bajillion different ways, but whatever. Can do that. So we've got all of our math over down here done. Okay, now here we go 5 and 3. That means that these sum to 36, which makes this a 3. Yeah, and there is a 3 here. By whichever of these is a 5, it's going to put a 3 here by the same sort of math. And wherever the 4 is, there's going to be a 1, 2 living in here for what it is worth. Ah, yes, this digit Selena points out makes that a 3. Fair enough. 5 is in one of these two cells in this box, I guess, but I don't think I know which one yet. 4 is probably too small because 4 would go with 876 at max, so 4 is too small. So this is 5 or 7 only. Actually, maybe it could even be an... Oh, sorry, no, it can't be an 8. There's an 8 in the row. If this were a 5, I would need these 4 cells to sum to 6. Well, that's not happening, so this is a 7. Alternatively, there's a 3, 5 in the row, but that seems boring. Let's see. So these two sum to 6. They could be 3, 3. They're not 1, 5. So they're 3, 3 or 2, 4. Oh, but the 2... Oh, well, I know that's not the 2, at the very least. I know that's not the 2 because there's a 1, 2 in wherever the 4 goes here. Because whichever of these rows is a 4, it's faced off by a 3, and then these two add to 3. And so... Oh, no, the 2 can't be there either. Sorry, the 2's not there because the 4... The 1, 2's over there. So actually, this is a 3, 3 pair. Wait. Jim says it can't be a 3, 3 pair. I think it has to be a 3, 3 pair. Because aren't the 1 and the 2 over here? I think the 1 and the 2 are over there. I don't think the 1 and the 2 in this box are in this column. Okay, I think this has to be a 3, 3 is the only way that works. Okay, and so the 3 here must be the 3 that's going with the 5. So that sorts out that that's the 5 and that's the 3. And so that's the 4 and that's the 3. That makes these the 1, 2 pair. And now the 3 here goes with an 8 and a 7. And that means these aren't 8 or 7, of course, which means that's a 1, in fact. These are just 7, 8. However, that means that 3 plus 1 plus question mark equals 12. So that answers the question, how on earth are we resolving this 7, 8 deadly pattern? That's 2 3s in the column already. So that's a 5 and a 3, and that's the 4. And the 5 and the 3 for this box. These are a 2 and a 4. And I don't think I know the order somehow yet. But we'll get there. These digits are a 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so these are 3, 5, and 6, and that one I know is not a 3. These aren't 5, actually, so that one is 5. These are 3, 6, which means that that is a 2, I believe, which makes that a 4 and a 2. This is the other 7, 8 for this box, I think. For this row, we've got 1, 2, double 3. We need a 4 and a 6, I think, to make that work. Let's see. That cell being a 1 or 2 is the point. Because now if this is a 7, I need these to be a 1, 2 pair, and I've got too many 1, 2s in the column. This is an 8, not a 7, which means this is a 3. Down here, because otherwise I'd have 3 1, 2s in the column, which doesn't work well. So these digits are a 1, a 2, 3, a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, and 4 in some order. These aren't 2, so that is 2. So that's 1 and 2 over there. Okay, so these are... Oh, that's not 8. or 6, actually. That's a 5. So these are 3 and... Oh, these are double 3. That's hilarious. These cells are a 3-3 pair. I wonder if I can resolve the order. These aren't 5. So these are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one's not 1. That one's not 5. At the very least. This 25 clue is becoming interesting. Because it means these cells have to sum to 14, which means these two have to sum to 4, which means it has to be 1 and 3 in that order. Oops. Write a 1 in a random cell of the grid. See if anyone notices that 3, 3 looks up, gives me that 6 and that 3. Okay, that 8 looks down at that 6 and that 8. There's apparently only one more 7 left in the grid, and it's there. Thank you to Eckbert there. There's too many candidates in these cells. They aren't 5 either. For what it is worth, let's see. What is left in this box? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These aren't 6 or 8, so these aren't 2 or 4. And that one's not 4 either, so that's a 2 and a 4 and a 6 and an 8. This row still needs a 1 and a 2, funnily enough. That 6 looks up there, sorting out that 4 and that 6, so this is not a 4. This digit is a 4, 5, or 8 by the column, but by the row it's only a 5. So that is going to sort out all of that. This column is missing only a 3, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. And the bet tree is a 6. Congratulations to all ye 6 bettors out there. 6 fans have gotten quite spoiled today because we've gotten both a 6 betting tree and several 6y dances from Zakathan himself. So we've got all the sort of 6s. I'm surprised it wasn't a 3. Just by probability alone, you'd have expected the betting tree to be a 3. But it turned out not to be. Very nice puzzle. That was very elegant. I really liked the way all the logic sort of flowed, and the way I really like puzzles where you get to use most but not all of the logic you're used to using with a constraint. And so like everything in this puzzle was like, well, I know how X sums work, but there are a couple things that are a little bit different, and so you had to sort of re-examine and reprove to yourself the things you're used to using about X sums, and I always enjoy that. Alrighty, I am going to take a quick break and come back, and we'll do another puzzle. So be back in a moment. Welcome back, everyone. Mini adventure there as Discord, where we keep these things, was going through a bit. So suddenly I couldn't get to the link, and then Tristan couldn't get to the link, and then eventually Discord came back up for Tristan, but not for me, so he sent me the link to the next puzzle. Because the puzzle I had pulled up to do next was Nell's, but Nell was gone today, so I figured I'd wait to do her puzzle until later. So anyway, we were able to pry this link out of Discord's dying hands. So we get to do Dorlear's puzzle next. So let us have a look at this. So we have sandwich circles. Hey, Tom, how are you doing? You have a fancy check mark next to your name, and I don't know what that means. But it looks very fancy. I hope you're doing well. We should still have you on stream sometime. I know we arranged to have you on stream, and then we got distracted and bought a house, and then it never happened. But we should do that sometime. By the way, you should definitely check out Tom's channel if you have not yet. He does all kinds of neat games. All right, so let us attempt to read the rules. So we need to place each digit from 0 to 8 in every row once, including the circles outside the grid. Inside the grid, digits can't repeat in a column or box. So we only, of course, are going to have 8 of the 9 digits from 0 to 9 in the columns and in the boxes, but we can't repeat them. Clues outside the grid may repeat, though, although I think mathematically that's not possible, right? I think just because these don't repeat and the rows don't repeat, I think these can't have repeats either. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think just by the same counting argument we made for was that no, it was Paul Fly's puzzle. I think by the same counting argument we made for Paul Fly's puzzle, I think even though I think the rules say these could repeat, I don't think they can actually repeat. So the digit in a circle outside the grid is a sandwich clue. It shows the sum of the digits located between the 1 and the 8. Oh, you're right. So J40 is right. There is an option. There is a weird option. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, never mind. I think I am. I think I am just completely wrong. Because Jay gives the example that all of these are 0 and this is a normal grid with 1 through 8. So yeah, so I don't think we actually know what's going on down here. Quite. But it gives the sum of the digits between the 1 and the 8 in the row inside the 8 by 8 grid. Furthermore, each circled digit indicates how many circles together contain that digit. And yeah, definitely there's a 0 in every box because I can't put a 0 in a circle. Someday we'll get 0 into counting circles, though. We'll work on it. Digits along an arrow must sum to the digit in that arrow circle. So the 1 and the 8 in every row are in the grid, I'm guessing, is what we were saying. And so there must be a 0 in this row and a 0 in this row. And that 0, well, one of those zeros has to be in box 1, and it has to go here. Oh, do you have a recommended bet tree, by the way, Dorlear? Likewise, we know one of these is a 0. Let's see. So on the bottom, most right bottom, so this cell down here, there are 36 total cells circled, says Garion. So if we don't do 8 circled 8s, wait, if there are 36 circles, then we just need to circle everything, right? if there are 36 circles, the sum of the digits from 1 to 8 is that. Dorlier says there's not 36 circles. Kurobon says there's 35 circles. So every digit except 1 is circled. I will, let's see, multiple people in chat are saying 35 now. You'd have to be quite far off for your conclusion that we need 8 circled 8s to be wrong, though. So indeed, this is an 8. Because we, in fact, need 8 circled 8s, and we can't put the 8s outside the grid, because it specifically says the 1 and the 8 in the grid. So indeed, this is an 8. And we get to have an 8 dance. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that is an 8, and so we need an 8 in one of these two cells for sure. Also, the 8 is a crust, so I should mark that it's a crust. And I can keep in mind, actually, there's no 1s in circles, so actually this is a 0-1 pair, because of the fact that there's 35 total circles. So the point is, the sum of the circled digits is equal to the total number of circles. And so there is indeed a 0-1 over here, which actually means neither of these is crust, funnily enough, because these see a 0 and an 8. Sorry, see a 1 and an 8. 1 and 8 are the crusts, not 0 and 8. So there's no 1 outside the grid either, actually. Oh, I guess that was actually mandatory for this deduction. I didn't say it, but there can't be a 1 in a circle because I can't put a 1 sum between the 1 and the 8. So I do need a 1 in every box. And sorry, I needed a 1 in the grid even just because the sandwich clues say there's 1s in the grid. So never mind. I was fine either way. These also see, by the way, 1 and 8. Oh, and I guess the real point of this is that I know that one of these circles is actually an 8. Because this column needs to have an 8 in a circle, and this is the only place it's going. In fact, this column needs an 8 in a circle, and this is the only place it's going. Speaking of columns needing 8s in circles and stuff. So that's gray for the same reason. Let's see. Oh, this is the only place for an 8 in the box. So I probably need to put an 8 there. One of these two is definitely an 8. One of these two is now definitely an 8. So this is a sum that's not 8, but it has to be at least 3, funnily enough. Interestingly, there can't be any 1-cell sandwiches. Because if there was a 1-cell sandwich, so this sandwich is enormous. Because if there's a 1-cell sandwich, you repeat that digit in the row. There can't be a 0-cell sandwich. And 1 doesn't go in any of the circles. So, like, those aren't crust. That's not crust. There's no way I can possibly put a 1 here, because then it would make these digits sum to at least 10. So the 1 actually has to go here in this row, I believe. Let me know if you don't believe that, but I think I believe that, because even with a 0, if I have to sum 5 numbers, I still sum to at least 10. There's always a 1. Oh, no, sorry. There's not always a 1 on a 3-cell 8 arrow when one of them is 0. Let's see. Those see both 1 and 8, so we don't have to worry about it. This is a 1 because remember 1 has to go in this box and it can't go in a circle. So that's a 1 and that's a 0. And that's yellow. These are gray. Those are gray because they now see, again, the 8 and the 1. Those are now gray. I guess those had been gray the whole time. These, by the way, are gray because they can't be 8 and there's never a 1 in a circle. So we've got that. These likewise see 1 and 8 because the 1 in the box is corner marked over here. Let's see. These are gray because of the 8 in the column and the 8 over there, or whatever way you would like to articulate that deduction. Okay. 1 in row 7. Yes. Sorry. By 1 in row 7, you meant there's one icon gray in row 7, I believe. Some grays in box 8. This box 8? Right. So the point is the tree is gray because yeah, this is gray because I can't have a 1-cell sandwich sum, and this is gray because the sum would be a double-digit number. So one of these two is a 1. And given that these are both gray because that's the 1 and the 8 for the box. So one of these two is 1. Oh, and it can't be that one because it would be a single cell sandwich again. So it's that one. And there's no problem with the 1 and the 8 going there in the column because there's not a clue for the sandwich in the column. I do know the 1 is over in one of these two cells. And I know the 1 and 8 are offset because it's not a 0-cell sum. And so there's a 3-cell clue in one of these rows. I suppose I should say. Let's see. There's no 0 along here. So there's a 1 there. No, 1 here, right? Okay, so yeah, so the 1s in columns 7 and 8, Kurban points out, I actually know are in these two boxes. And therefore, I can't put a 1 there, so there's always a 1 up here. Yes, I can't have a 2 in a circle over here. So there's a 2 in every box, because a 2 in a circle can only be done as a 1-cell sum. Actually, same with 3. 3 can also only be done as a 1-cell sum. And 4. 2, 3, and 4 are also in every box. These are going to be all 7s, aren't they? Every single one of them is going to be a 7, except for the 7th one. Right. So that grays these, right? Agree. Oh, there's definitely an 8 in one of these cells. I suppose I should corner mark. Yes. So Sayori has counted that there's a 2 in a circle here and a 2 in a circle here, so there are no more 2s in circles anywhere else in the grid. And so every other place there's a 2. It's not in a circle. I don't think it does anything yet, but it is worth noting. if these don't include a 0, oh, these don't include a 0. Sorry. These are a minimum. These two cells sum to a minimum of 5. Because the 0 and the 1 are gone in the row. So these are a minimum of 2, 3, which means these sum to a minimum of 5, and so this is a 6 or 7 only, and this is a 5, 6, or 7, and this is a 0, 1, or 2, for what it is worth. Oh, it can't be a 1. Oh, no, sorry, it can be a 1. I don't have column clues. I only have row clues. This could be a 1. Row 5, arrow and sandwich mins. Yeah, that's true. Tom points out, actually, the sum of these two cells in this sandwich and the sum of these two cells on this arrow is a minimum of 14. Because it would be 2, 3, 4, 5 is the minimum. However, they also sum to a maximum of 14, with these both being 7. And so they both have to be 7, with these being 2, 3, 4, 5, which means that is the 6 for the row. That was really good spot, Tom. Very well noted. And so these sum to 7 and these sum to 7, so that's a 0, which makes it gray. Because in this minimization, I need that to sum to 7, so then this also sums to 7. That was gorgeous. Very cool spotting. Let's see. There is a 0 here by good old Sortadoku. Let's see. Box 5's 0. I guess box 5's 0 has 2 places, doesn't it? I think it has 2 places. I mean, this is at least a 5. Can be 5, 6, or 7, just because of the fact that I can do a... Right, there has to be a 0 in these cells. I can note, just because of otherwise the sum is too big. There's a 0 in column 1 already. Oh, there is a 0 in column 1 already. Nice. Okay, yeah, so this 0, 1 pair looks down. That looks over. You can't put a 0 in a circle. That 0 looks down. That places a 0 there and a 1 there. Which then places the 8 here, because of the fact that I can't make a 0 cell sandwich. Places the 8 there. Makes both of those yellow. Can get rid of those corner marks. That one at least becomes gray. That's gray because we've got the 1 and the 8 in the row. I can't put a 1 in a circle, and that cell can't be 8, so therefore that's the 1. Remember the Sayori's point from much earlier. There's 2s in circles already up here, so these in fact actually have to be 3, 4, because the minimum I can make them is 3, 4, because I can't use another 2 in a circle, which forces this to be a 7 over here. Sayori's point to the rescue. Oh, that 1 has placed this 1, by the way, seemingly. Graying that cell. Oops. Graying that cell. Okay, so what is left in this row? Well, there's definitely a 2 over here. 5, 6 is what is left. Okay, so this cell is a 5 or a 6. 2, 5, 6 down here. So I think kinda-doku is the more specific term, Ben. Uh, let's see. So we've got let's see. These are again minimum sum 5. So this is 5 or 6 only as my possible sums. This is minimum sum 5, but it could be 7. Oh, sorry. No, it's bigger than that. It's much bigger than that because of this 3, 4. So I definitely need a 2 here, but 2, 5 is actually the minimum I can do here, owing to that 3, 4 pair. So these are actually a 2, 5 summing to 7, because 7 is the biggest I can have, and that 2, 5 pair makes that a 6. We are coming up on the part of counting circle puzzles that I don't like, which is where we have to do sort of bookkeeping and accounting on how many of this digit are in circles and wherever. I tend to like the first 3/4 of counting circles puzzles, but then once it comes down to counting how many 3s we have in circles, I tend to be unhappy. Let's see. Box 2. Oh, let's see. Garion says we've got all the 3s in circles. So we've got all the... Because 3s, remember, can't go outside, although I guess even outside it would still be in a circle. But there's a 3 in a circle here, there's a 3 in a circle here, and there's a 3 in a circle here. So that's 3 3s in circles. And so in these 2 rows, Garion's point is I need a 0, 1, 2, 3, and over here, and so these just are a 0, 1, 2, 3 combo, with these not being a 0 or a 1, and so these not being a 2 or a 3. Yeah, I think that's about right, Josh. So this is 5 or 6, and it's not 6, so it's a 5, which makes that a 0 and that a 1. So that is a 0 and that's a 1. That is a 2 and that's a 5. Maybe Sven someday will include a circle counter like off to the side or at the top or something so that it keeps track of it automatically. X out the circles. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, I could like make my circle tracker up here and just like put in like let's see. So I need 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess I should put these in little digits instead of big digits. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And so we know where the 2s are. We know where the 3s are. We might know where the 4s are if we really thought about it. Okay. So, I mean, we know close enough to where the 8s are, I suppose. Have we used up 4s? Yeah, there's a 4 in a circle over here. Oh, no, right. There is a 4 in a circle over here, because remember, I can't put 4s in the clues still. So there's a 4 here, 4 here, 4 here, and 4 here. That's it for 4s in circles. So this digit is not a 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5. So this digit's only this is a naked 6, in fact, because it's not a 7 or 8 either. These digits, I think, are a 3, 4 pair. Let's see. People are claiming that row 2 has a sandwich. Is the point that if I put the 8 here, that this row breaks because it would be minimum 2, 4, 5, which is much too large? given that 0 over there, yes, I agree with that. So that is the 8, and that is the 8. So there we go. I agree that putting the 8 there would make this too large. And so 5 plus 3 is too big. So this is 5 plus 2, which is 7. Over here. Let's see. Okay. So this is now a minimum of 2 and 4. So this is a 6 or a 7 only. We might have to count 6s in circles in a second, because we've got a lot of 6s in circles. 1, 2, 3, 4, I suppose. Maybe we're nowhere close on 6s in circles. I think that's true. I don't think we're actually close. We certainly need a 0 in both of these sums. Otherwise, we get to 9, which is too high. And so one of those zeros is here, and one of those zeros is here, which rules 0 out of there and places a 0 up here. I do need 2 and 5 in row 1. That's true. So the 2 and 5 have to go here because they can't go in the circle we've already figured out. Very good spot to Ambrose. And so therefore this is a 7. And so these, I know what they are. They are 4 and something else. 6? 4 and 6. And I know the order, actually. 4 and 6 like that, which gives me the 3 and the 4 like that. That may have been an extra 6 in a circle. So that's 4 6s in circles. 5 6s in circles over here. 6 6s in circles in this box. So we've got all of our 6s in circles now. But also, we've basically got all of our circles. Oh, no. There's no 6s in circle. There's no... No, I did count that one. Oh, did I count this box? I think I wasn't supposed to count this box. Row 4 definitely has one, but it could be there. I think I counted that badly. There's a 5. There's a 5. Maybe there's only 2 5s in circles. In this puzzle. That's possible. It's not actually possible. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Is it true that there's a 6 in a circle in every one of these rows? Yes. There's a 6 in a circle in rows 1 through 6. And so there's no 6 in a circle down here. Which means that these are 0, 2, 3 or 0, 2, 5, I believe. Could it be 0, 3, 4? Maybe there's 0, 3, 4. That might still be possible. Let's see. Does this sum need a 2? Yes, this sum needs a 2. Oh, but I don't know where it is. Dagnammit. But I do know that these are from 2, 3, 4. And that one's not a 4. So those are actually a 2, 3 pair. Oh, there needs to be a 4 in every box, though. Because if there's not a 4 in every box, I have to put a 4 in a circle outside the grid, which I can't. So that's always a 4 and a 3. Which makes that a 2. So those are a 2, 5 in the circles. let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this digit is huge because these are the only digits left are 5, 6 in the column are 5, 6, and 7. And so this digit is at most 2, but it can't be a 1 or a 2, so it has to be a 0. So that is a 0. Oh, and if that's a 0, then that's a 7. Yes, as Selena points out, this box has no 7. Just by Sortadoku, and so it does have to have a 6 somewhere. Indeed, these have to be a 3, 4, 6 triple. And so this is a 5 because we've used the 6 in the row. And if that's a 5, it makes that a 3. Yeah, this sandwich is now at most 6. Again, I need a 2, so it's from 2, 3, 4. So this is 5 or 6. Oh, is this a naked single? It's not 0, 1, 2. It could be 3. It's not 4, 5, 6, and it could be 7. Oh, and it's not 7 actually because of that 7. So actually, this is a naked 3. You're right. So we've got that. 6s are done. Oh, 6s in circles. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. Yeah, the 6s are done. 6s. Oh, right. 6s in circles were in the first 6 rows. We said that earlier. So this never could have been a 6. It was always going to be a 5, meaning that was going to be a 2 and a 3 and a 5 and a 2. We said that earlier. And we only get one uncircled 7, Garion points out. And so that one uncircled 7 is here. So therefore, this has to be a 7. So this has to be a 4. I guess we also could have just figured out that this couldn't be 0, 1, 2, or 3 and asked what it was going to be. And that would have also forced this to be a 7. But I like Garion's way better. Let's see. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this has got to be a 6 or a 7, but it's not a 7. So it is a 6. For the row, 0, 1, 2, we need a 3 and a 4, which I think go in that order. Like that. For this box, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but no 7s. So 5 and 6, which go in like that, making that a 6. For this row, 0, 1, we're missing a 2. And now for this row, we are missing a 4. Oh, and I did not gray this 0 for some reason. But congratulations to all the 4 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Very nice, Dorlier. I enjoyed that quite a bit. And my instinct that these were going to turn out to be different did not turn out well. Tristan was correct. But very nice. All right, I'm going to take a quick stretch, and then I'm going to do a 6x6 because I don't think I have time. Actually, sorry, I think M. Nasty's puzzle said it was going to be quick. So I'll take a quick break, and then I'll come back and I'll do M. Nasty's puzzle. So be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. We have next up a puzzle by M. Nasty, who we are quite a big fan of around this channel. Definitely a setter with some of the most unique setting things. I'm very, very intrigued by how we're going to have this length 80 Renbon here. So normal Sudoku rules don't quite apply. Erase one cell from each box. Erased cells do not contain digits. Fill the remaining cells with digits from 1 to 6 so that no digit repeats in any row, column, or box. Digits on a Renbon line form a set of non-repeating consecutive digits in any order. Erasing a cell on a line splits the line into separate lines. Digits in a cage sum to the given total. Erasing a cell in a cage makes it smaller, but does not change the given total, even if the cell with the total is erased. Cells with circles must not be erased. In each counts the combined total number of erased cells seen in that circle's row and column. Okay, so these are not erased. Okay, and we're erasing one from each box. So there's no prohibition on erasing multiple from the same row, for example. Oh, the end of the rules are under my head. I'm sorry. Whoop. I will shrink the zeta. So not an 85 cell Renbon, correct. Now, there's definitely shenanigans everywhere we have cages like this, because if there were no deleted cells, in these cells, it would break. But that doesn't mean there aren't any deleted cells over here, because of reasons. I'm presuming we can split the line into more than two separate, the Renbon into more than two separate lines. Let's see. I mean, I guess I could figure out, like, at maximum, what is this? Because at maximum, the circles can't be very large. So I could have... I have not already split it into 3 because these cells aren't deleted, Tristan. 1, 2... So 1, 2, 3, 4. At most, one of these things is equal to 4, right? I think the circled cells are always at most 4. Because you get, from the row, you get 1. From the column outside the box... Sorry, from the row outside the box, you get at most 1. From the column outside the box, you get at most 2. And then from the box, you get at most 1, which is 4. So yeah, these are always from 1, 2, 3, 4. Quite interestingly. So I'm very intrigued by this almost quadruple. But I don't know what to do with the almost quadruple. It is true there's definitely a deleted cell in one of these. That I agree with. So if there's no deleted cell here... Oh, no, that's not true. I was going to say if there's no deleted cell up here, then every digit here appears up here, but the digits that are here sum to 8. But I don't think we quite have that. Because I might... it might be something with the deleted cell over here. Can you tell me why it can't be 4, Perkentala? I would believe you, but I don't... Oh, because of these two. Right. Because of these two. because this one is not at most that, because I can't put 1 there. And so when I said row outside the box, 2 from the column outside the box, well, this one can't have 2 from the column outside the box. So yeah, so we have that. 2, 3. Yeah, I definitely agree with that, Garion, but I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Because remember, I can have multiple deleted cells in the same row. If I couldn't have multiple deleted cells in the same row, I would have a better sense of what to do. So 1, 2, 3 is interesting. So if this 9 cage doesn't have anything deleted, then these digits are largish. I mean, if this cell specifically isn't deleted. Oh no, never mind. Sorry, I was going to say that's not true. I need to delete one of these 4 cells or make these 2 circles equal to each other. Oh no, I always need to delete one of these cells, I think, but I don't know what to do with that. So there's at least 2 digits in this cage, and those 2 digits don't appear anywhere on this length 6 Renbon, whatever that means. Let's see. Pekrantala says these 2 can only add up to 4. Don't they double count things? Like, if there's a deleted cell here and a deleted cell here, then they're already bigger, right? See, Tristan, that's what I thought at the beginning, but I don't think that's actually true. I think J40 convinced me that that's not, in fact, that's not, in fact, correct. Row 3, 4, column 6 are the same. It's the number in the row and column. Okay, so one of these, yeah, so if these are in different rows, then these 2 have the same number regardless. So, right, so one of these, that's a good spot. Okay, so J40, I do 100% believe this. The 2 deleted cells in these 2 rows are in the same row. So that one of these is 2 larger than the other. So these are either 1 and 3 or 2 and 4. which means there is a deleted cell. I mean, I guess I knew there was. No, I didn't know that. I now know there's a deleted cell in this column, or two deleted cells in this column. So one or two deleted cells over here. And two in the same row down here. Yeah, that's the problem, as Ben says, that maybe 3, 5, and 6 don't all exist. Uh, uh, okay, so I agree with Selena that of every pair of these cages in the same row, one of them has to have 3 digits in it, at least. Because if neither of them had 3 digits in it, then we would have then we would be forced to have this be 1 through 6, but this being 1 through 6 would rule all of the digits out of all of the cages, which is a catastrophe. So one of these cages, at least, has 3 digits in it. And yes, Tristan, that is exactly what Jay convinced me of earlier, was the concern. So one of these cages is honest, at least. One of these cages is honest, at least. But I need except in this row, I need an erasure in. Oh no, it's still not true that I need an erasure in one of the cages, is it? No, I think it is. No, I don't. I'm still confused. Hmm. Okay, maybe the question is, how far along this Renbon can I possibly get before I have my first break? And the answer is I can't possibly get to here, right? If I haven't put a break cell yet, then I have ruled 4 different digits out of both of these, which would make both cages have to be the sum of the same 2 numbers. So, although this is terrible, one of these 4 cells must be deleted. And likewise, one of these 4 cells must be deleted. Is that... I mean, I guess that deleted cell is definitely seen by this circle for whatever it is. I kind of like that logic from Selena, that if I have a full cage, then I can make it so that the other one needs to share 2 of the 3 digits at least, and it can't share 3 of the 3 unless they have the same total, because the sort of the roping argument doesn't work, but it almost does because I only get to delete 1 digit. Uh, uh, okay. That works. That works. Okay. So these 2 9 cages down here. It does not work if neither of them contains any deleted digits. If neither of them contains any deleted digits, oh, sorry, maybe it does work if neither of them contains any deleted digits. Darn it. Sorry, it doesn't work if they both contain, sorry, I was saying this backwards. It doesn't work if they both contain a deleted digit, because if they both contain a deleted digit, then this renbon is length 6 and the world is broken. So at least one of these 9 cages is full, and as soon as one of these 9 cages is full, by Selena's argument that they need to share at least 2 digits, well, 2 cages that have the same total and share at least 2 digits are the same. So in fact, I think Selena has convinced me that none of these cells are deleted. Which now makes it so this cell is much smaller, because now it's only a 1 or a 2. If I look at this, there's definitely a deleted cell in these 2 now. Am I allowed to have a length 1 renbon? Is that allowed? The rules don't quite clearly say, but I could imagine that perhaps it's intended that I'm not allowed to put a break here because this isn't because you can't have a length 1 renbon. Oh no, it has to end here. Sorry, it has to break here. If it doesn't break here, then I have 2 1 2 3s I can't put in my 3 cell 9 cage. So in fact, okay, I agree. This has to be a break. Because if not, then I get 2 1 2 3s that don't appear in either 9 cage, and that's a problem. So there's a break. I didn't. Oh, sorry, you're right. I did grade the column right. Sorry. Yep. Doubler reflex. Okay, so this cell I know is from 4 5 6 because of my old classic that there's 2 1 2 3s in a 9 cage. So Ben, if this wasn't deleted, I know I need to delete one of these. So if that's not deleted, that is, and these would be from 1 2 3. Yeah. Is the issue. So there's definitely a 3 in this 9 cage because you need 2 1 2 3s. So there's definitely a 3 over here. So this digit's not a 3. And this digit can't be a 4 either, actually. Because if this digit was a 4, I would need to have a deleted digit here, and I don't. So this is not a 4 either. This is a 1 or a 2. And so it's the same 1 2. It can be ketchuped. Because there's only 1 1 2 3 that doesn't make the 9 cage. And these now no longer can be 4 because they don't see anything down below. But we said they differ by 2, so these are in fact now a 1 3 pair Perquin. Perquintala points out, which makes these both 2. Okay, that feels quite substantial. And so now this is 1, 3, 5. These are 1, 3, 5. So that's not a 5. Oh, and in fact, this can't be a 6. This can't be a 6. Oh, sorry. It could be a 6 as long as the break was there. We don't do dances for 6x6s, typically, Selena. Oh, this 1, 3 pair makes that a 5, by the way. Yeah, we don't typically dance for 6x6s. Oh, I can't make that the deleted cell. If I make this the deleted cell, then I make this the 4, 6, which is the same 4, 6 that's down there. Well, sorry, it doesn't have to be the same 4, 6. I make this a 4, 6. It might be a different 4, 6, but whether it's the same 4, 6 or a different 4, 6, it doesn't matter. It still does not work. Okay. So now this is a 3 because it can't be a 1 anymore. Because it now sees 2 of them. Now this has to be not deleted because the 2 things that 2 is adjacent to aren't available in this box. This is only able to be a 4 or a 6. So that cell is now gray. I don't think this can be a 4, can it? 1, 2. Yeah, this can't be a 4 anymore because of the fact that both of these are gray. And this can't be a 4 anymore because of the fact that both of those are gray. How so, Ben? I believe you, but also my brain is struggling with this. I mean, 2, 3, 4 is by far the most likely, it feels like to me. From the 1, 3 pair needing 1 above. Row 3, column 2 can't be a 3. Well, that's a 1. Right, that's true. Wait, is that true? If this is a 3, then I would need a deletion there, there, and there. And we're deleting 2 things in the same row. Right. The 3 is in the row where there's 2 erased cells in the same row. And so if this is a 1, it would make that a 3. That doesn't work. This is a 2 or a 3. Right. Okay, right. This 1, 3 pair, the 3 sees, this is Ben's point. The 3 sees up here a deleted cell, or even the 2 sees a deleted cell. The ketchup sees a deleted cell, and so I can't delete any of this stuff. Okay, and we run into exactly the same issue if this is a 3, I'm being told, which I believe. If this was a 3, we would make that a 1, except that being a 1 is bad because it grays out the entire row, and then this can't be a 3. So this is in fact a 2. Because of this understanding that, again, there's one of these rows that has 2 deletions. Removing 3 from the Renbon was much, much cleaner. You're right. You're right, Selena. If this is this Renbon definitely needs to find a 3, and it's never going to find one if I put a 3 in this circle. It is going to train wreck long before it finds a 3. Right. 3 here would also remove 3 from this Renbon. Because, again, I need a 3 to connect the 2 to the 4. So that can't be a 3. So that's a 1 and that's a 3. And now the one this one sees up here is there. So these are all gray. These are not 3, 5, so they're 2, 6. Oops. Ah! I'll get to 2, 6 eventually. So these are 3, 4, and 5 by standard Sortadoku. And this Renbon still isn't over yet, so I can't repeat the 4. So therefore, this is a 6. I know that this is a 6 in a deleted cell, for what it's worth. This is gray because of that 2, Jim points out, because the 2 it sees are in the row. I know there's a 6 in here for sure. Oh, this can't be part of the Renbon because the only digit it could be would be a 1, but there's a 1 in the box. So this cell is deleted. And then we restart our Renbon stuff. And I know one of these two is a 6. I know that this is a 4 or a 5. Let's see, what cells are up here? A 4 or a 6 is the answer. Oh, but if I don't break the Renbon, this is going to go on for a really long time. So if I don't break it here, it's going to be at least 5 long. Is that a problem? I'm honestly not sure. Could be. I do need all the digits here, but I don't think that tells me anything immediately that is interesting. Yeah, and I know there's a 6 in one of these 2 cells. There could be a 2 over there or not be a 2 over there. Remaining in this column are 4 and 6. And It is true. 6 is either just not in box 1 at all, or it's in the top row of this box. Jim points out. Do I somehow know whether this is 1 or 3? Is there some geometric way for me to know whether this is 1 or 3? Ah, yes, this can't be gray. Beautiful, Ambrose. If this was gray, this would be a 4-cell Renbon. Those 4 cells could appear in neither of these cages, but one of these cages at least has 3 cells in it. Right? Do we know that? Do we know one of them has 3 cells in it? Yes, we know one of them has 3 cells in it because we have to delete something on the Renbon. So yeah, so this can't be deleted. I think I believe that. Sorry. This must be deleted. Sorry, I said the wrong words. Must be. Yes, I said the right words and then did it wrong. Okay, so this 3 now sees it's 3, so that's not deleted. So that means this is deleted. But now this could never be 3, so it's a 1, which means this is not deleted, which means this is deleted. So there has to be... So this is a length 5 Renbon, and it doesn't have a 1. So it has to have everything except for 6. So 2, 3, 4, 5... Sorry, has to have everything except for 1. And in particular, this cell sees this 2, 4, 5, 6 quadruple. So this is not a 2, 4, 5, or 6. So it is a 1 or a 3 only, which means that this is a 4 or a 6 only, which gives me a 4, 6 pair in the column, which gives me a 2 and a 6 there. Means that that's not a 6, that's not a 2 or a 5, that's not a 2. So, in fact, that's the 2, because we've got a 4, 5, 6 triple on the Renbon now. And now, in fact, we've got a 6 in one of these 2 cells, so therefore that's a 4. And so that's a 6, that's a 3, that's a 5. That's a 1 and a 3, that's a 6. So now that 5 sees that that's a 4. And so, let's see, so... That's a 5 and a 1. This could be 1 or 6 only, because it sees 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is only 1 or 6. This is now 3, 4, because I can't use 2, 5. So 4 and 3, making that 5 and 4 and 3. Making this a 6, because 8 is 2 plus 6. Fun fact. And now these are from 2, 5, 6, except that one is a 6, so that one has to be a 5. Very nice. It does feel a little like maybe we did not do this in the order that was intended, because we started at the bottom right. So it feels like we might have done this backwards, but at least I could never quite wrap my brain around proving what was going on with these cages and the way it was interacting up here. So it seemed like the 9-9 was a natural way to make this work. Very cool puzzle. I liked that a lot, even if it definitely hurt my brain. But that said, I'm about to call stream for today, so I can go have beer and dinner and Factorio and Squid Game and all of the nice things in the world that make Zetas happy. So thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Speaking of things that make Zetas happy, so thank you so much for all your support. It has been great hanging out and talking through these puzzles together. We got a whole bunch of puzzles done today. This is certainly a record for most challenge puzzles done in a day, because we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We did 6 challenge puzzles in one day. That has got to be a record. So thank you everyone for all your submissions. I'm going to be solving with Tristan on Sunday, so you can look forward to that. But thank you all for watching. Please do like the stream if you've not yet liked the stream. YouTube greatly appreciates it, and hence we appreciate it, because the almighty algorithm does prefer it. Do consider leaving a comment on the streams if you go back and watch the VODs. I know many of you go back and watch the VODs, and perhaps you're watching a VOD right now. It's possible. If you are, please also consider leaving a comment. It is also always great to see those, and YouTube also likes those. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, and thank you to all of you who support the stream in whatever ways you do. It is greatly appreciated, all of the financial support that we get. It helps do things like replace my dying laptop when my laptop suddenly starts doing very weird things. So very appreciated. Hopefully you're enjoying the new fancy sound of the new laptop that Tristan has been painstakingly trying to get exactly right. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that is working out well for you. But anyway, if you'd like to support the stream financially, you can click the join button down below. And for as little as $5 a month, you can support the stream and get your name on all the thank you screens, get the fancy Zach emotes and the little windmill, all of these sorts of many things that we try and do for members. If you go up to the next level, then you can vote on which puzzle from the bucket we start with when we're not doing challenge puzzles. And if you go up to the level above that, you can suggest puzzles that we'll do on stream, and add to the bucket and all that sort of thing. And you also get thanked at the end of each stream. So speaking of thanking of all of the people at the end of each stream, thank you to our turbines, David, Nordy, Franco, Daniel, Danita, Nell, and Plonktime. I'm looking forward to doing Nell's puzzle next time, hopefully. Sorry to Afraid Not, who appeared at literally the last possible moment. If you had not said that, the stream would be over by now. I'm sorry. But there are some really cool puzzles in there. I really recommend you go back and check some of them out, particularly this one. I think this one is going to haunt my dreams. All right. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out. And I'll see you all soon. Bye for now.